Chapter 1691. The true dragon of the divine land had already asked the guests to leave. Now that this one had spoken, even the unparalleled state scholar of the Bureau, the fire-cloud evil god, could not withstand it. He was just a junior agent from the agency stationed in this area, so he could only leave helplessly. The little butterfly monster sent him to the pet hospital and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Long has been staying up late these days, so she has a bad temper. Please don't mind." Saying this, the little butterfly quickly bowed to him. What a nice little girl! Wei Zidao praised her in his heart. No wonder those monsters in the city kept praising this little nurse in the pet hospital. This kind of smile could heal people. Wei Zidao thought that if it weren't for the fact that both monsters and monsters had different paths, he would probably become her fan. Today, Monday, was really a full day. It doesn't matter. Wei Zidao smiled. I heard that Lord Long has always been like this, so I was prepared before coming. Your name is Dance? What a nice name. Thank you. The little butterfly monster smiled sweetly. Boss gave me this name, and I like it very much. Lord Long? Wei Zidao was stunned. No. The little butterfly monster shook her head. Boss is boss, and Sister Long is Sister Long. Then who is boss? Wei Zidao's heart skipped a beat. This was the result of his intuition. People who had done too many things in secret would instinctively be more careful. Well, the little butterfly monster pressed her lower lip with her finger, slightly raising her head. Boss is a very good person. Everyone likes Boss very much. Everyone. Luo Dance counted with her fingers. Me. Sister Zijuan and Sister Long. Zijuan. Was it Su Zijuan? The legendary last princess of Shenyuan royal family? Wei Zidao was shocked. He felt that he had accidentally heard a big secret from the little nurse, which was enough to shock the whole Kelowna. The last princess of Shenyuan royal family was shocking enough. Even Lord Long was involved in this. Wei Zidao's breath quickened. He was about to ask about the boss's identity, but at this moment the window upstairs suddenly opened, and Long Shirua popped her head out. Dance! There are no more snacks at home. Go buy some. Hey, why are you still here? I don't give free food. I'm leaving. Wei Zidao broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly left. Master Long, did he hear the conversation just now? So he deliberately warned him? Maybe he said, with your identity, you're not qualified to know that kind of thing. In that case, what was the identity of this mysterious boss? Why did the last princess of the Shenyuan royal family and the true dragon of the godly land like him? Big news, absolutely big news. Big news that could make both the divine land and the demon realms explode. With a trace of impatience, Wei Zidao quickly called for a taxi. He didn't want to take the bus, and he even planned to pay for the taxi himself. He didn't want to be reimbursed. Hey, Brother Lu, it's me, Zidao. I just came out from Lord Long's place. Wei Zidao quickly took out his phone. Brother Lu, listen to me. I heard a big news. What's wrong with this guy? In front of the window, the true dragon of the divine land still did not retreat. He just looked at the guy who moved stiffly, but walked very fast. He frowned and said, Speaking of which, what's his name again? Oh, I forgot to ask. The butterfly monster said regretfully. Shinryu of Kelowna threw a bottle of happy water and stared at her. Go to the supermarket. Sister Long, you can't litter. Go, go, go. Long Shirua stretched out her hands and made a grabbing gesture. The butterfly monster immediately ran away. Oh, I see, that's it. Lu Mingho quickly hung up the phone with Wei Zidao, but in his heart he didn't pay much attention to the subordinate's report just now. As the person in charge of the ability to do things, Lu Mingho's qualifications in the administration were far from what Wei Zidao, who had just debuted for 1 or 2 years, could compare with. The princess of the Shenyuan royal family and the Shinryu of Kelowna were both taken in by a man. How could it be possible? Not to mention the terrifying strength of these two. How could there be a man who could subdue these two at the same time? Even if there was such a man, Su Zijuan and Long Shihua would bite each other whenever they met, and these two were willing to imitate a Huang and vying. Did they think this was a fantasy novel? That so-called boss was probably the end of a good ship. Well, wind from an empty cave was not without reason. Lu Mingho thought for a while and made a phone call. Hello, I'm Lu Mingho, agent number 1984. Well, I hope to check some information. Yes. Male. Age unknown. Race unknown. Occupation unknown. Suspected codename boss. Temporarily limit the scope to extraordinaire or monster clan. Well, I'll wait for your news. Lu Mingho just hung up the phone, but another call came in directly. He glanced at it, and his expression suddenly became much more serious. The caller was Section Chief Yen from the headquarters of the administration in the capital, the last student of the peerless fire cloud evil god. No matter who it was, he couldn't neglect them. Section Chief Yen, what can I do for you? Well, I'll personally supervise. Yes, the first batch of people arrived yesterday. Well, I'll go there later. The call didn't last long, and Lu Mingho quickly put on his coat and went out, not waiting for Wei Zidao's return. This period of time was probably the busiest and most stressful period in Lu Mingho's career. God knew why the summit of the major countries was held in this city. But this was the idea of the higher-ups, and he, as a lower middle-level personnel, wasn't qualified to know the real reason behind it. But I didn't expect the meeting to be held at the Peace Grand Hotel. Lu Mingho got in the car and muttered, "That old toad really knows how to do business. Damn it, because of this guy, the house prices here are rising." His salary couldn't catch up with the rising house prices. He couldn't live anymore. He was an agent of the administration, but at the same time he was also someone's husband and father. He was no different from ordinary workers, and he was very concerned about some trivial things. Countdown to the Kelowna Summit. 10 days. Underwater City, Imperial Palace, Library. All the precious documents since the Sunken Sea era were collected here. Most of them were the only copies, and there was even a lot of information about the Lemurian civilization from the previous era. But most of them were about the humanities, geography, and some miscellaneous articles of the Lemurian civilization. The more important precious information about the Lemurian civilization had always been kept by the emperor himself. But there was another layer in this library, a mysterious hidden layer that only the emperor had the authority to open. Professor Kim Kailuan thought silently. At this time he was standing in front of a bookshelf, and he took out a book from it, and then came in front of Riaz. Riaz began to doze off again. It wasn't that he was bored to sleep in Professor Kim Kailuan's class, but he had consumed a lot of energy in the past few days. That young girl, Lu Go, really did not show any mercy when she trained him. It was like this physically, but it was even more terrifying mentally. She said that the blue blood power of the imperial family could only be improved when one was in an extreme state. This is the history of the flying tumbler technology during the Lemurian period. Professor Kim Kailuan put the book in front of Riaz and smiled, seeing that you have done a good job in the past few days. Today we will focus on the history of the flying tumbler. Take a look at this book first, and write down the parts that you don't understand. I will explain it to you later. I have to go over there to find some information. Riaz's eyes suddenly lit up. This unique book obviously directly touched his excitement. Riaz quickly took it and looked at the table of contents carefully. The more he looked, the more excited he became. However, he didn't know that Professor Kim Kailuan had quietly left at this time. The Royal Library was very large. It had a circular structure and 5 floors. Each floor was full of bookshelves like a sea of books. It was easy for people to hide here and disappear. Professor Kim Kailuan didn't teach at first, so Boss Luo and Miss Maid, who were auditing students, seemed to have to walk around. Soon, Boss Luo took out a book about the stars from the bookshelf. This was the work of an astronomer during the Lemurian civilization. Does the starry sky above our heads have a boundary? Or is it just like the continent we live in, A supermassive space that we can't see the end of even with our current technology? Or is it just the body of a strange creature that doesn't exist in the same dimension as us? These were the words written on the title page of this book. Boss Luo could see that this book was emitting a faint light at this time. Not only the light of the soul, but also those objects that were stained with the light of the soul in the long days were also the same. The more inheritance and the more things were condensed, the stronger the light would be. They were actually another kind of carrier that not only carried knowledge, but also wisdom, prayers, and even will. These were actually things that could be used as trading items. We can't conquer the stars, even the deep sea today. In the silence, a soft voice came. It didn't disturb Boss Luo and Miss Maid here, but it attracted their attention. The person who walked slowly was His Majesty, who had disappeared for a few days. Beside him, the girl in the silver robe was following closely. "We meet again, Your Majesty." Boss Luo was used to greeting first. "We'll meet again in the future." Louis XXXIX smiled. He walked to the front of Luocio and reached out to take the book from Boss Luo's hand. He casually flipped a few pages and said while reading, "This book is not bad. I once read it for a few days and learned a lot." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Your Majesty likes to read?" Louis XXXIX said, "I've read all the books here more than once." "Riaz is below." Boss Luo looked at the huge desk below and said, "Don't worry." Louis XXXIX returned the book to Luocio and said casually, "I'll go find him later. Before that, follow me to a place. How about it?" Luocio said, "Your Majesty, are you planning to show me this library?" His Majesty smiled mysteriously and said, "Another library?" With that, His Majesty walked in another direction. Boss Luo handed the book about the starry sky to Miss Maid and followed him. Miss Maid looked at Miss Lyoga and said, "Can we borrow this book to read?" "Up to you," Miss Maid said expressionlessly. "Thank you." Miss Maid smiled gracefully and caught up with her master. Miss Lyoga didn't follow. Instead, she looked in the direction of the library thoughtfully and muttered, "There are so many mice today." In a flash, she disappeared into the dense but orderly sea of bookshelves. Soon, under the guidance of His Majesty, Boss Luo and Miss Maid came in front of a relief sculpture. The relief sculpture on the wall seemed to depict a terrible war. The warrior was probably the image of the human in the Lemurian civilization. As for the opponent, it was a mass of dark shadow that covered the sky. His Majesty didn't say anything about this relief sculpture. He just walked in front of the wall and pressed his hand on it. In an instant, the entire wall disappeared and turned into a pure white light wall. "There may be danger in here. Do you plan to go in?" His Majesty suddenly said. Boss Luo didn't say anything and just walked up. Louis XXXIX said, "I thought merchants would be more cautious." "That means I'm not a qualified merchant." Luocio gave such an answer. Louis XXXIX was a little surprised, but he shook his head and said, "If you're not a qualified merchant, why would you insist on those conditions? It's too harsh. But I also hope I can be a qualified merchant." Boss Luo said jokingly, "Go in. There's no danger inside." His Majesty shook his head and said, "You go in first." Then Boss Luo didn't hesitate at all and stepped into the light wall. Miss Maid was next, but she looked at His Majesty with a faint smile. "Your Majesty, fortunately you met my master in this era." Her back figure also disappeared into the light wall. Louis XXXIX couldn't help but frown. Fortunately in this era? Would it be different in other eras? His Majesty shook his head. These two guests from the underwater city were too mysterious. Of course, they could also be pretending to be mysterious. Louis XXXIX didn't dwell on this for too long. Seeing that the two of them had walked into the light wall, he quickly walked in. After that, the light wall returned to its original appearance. It was still the relief sculpture that depicted the war. At this moment, a figure looked around and walked over slowly. It was the young man beside Professor Jean Kailuan Kong Hai. He seemed to be looking for something. After seeing the relief sculpture on the wall, he stopped. He looked at this relief sculpture and frowned. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "There's no siren tribe." After a long while, Kong Hai slowly retreated and walked to another place, as if he was looking for something. Not far away, behind a row of bookshelves, the girl's figure flashed and then disappeared. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, as usual. Chapter 1692. On the second floor, Kong Hai bumped into Professor Kim Kailuan. At this time, Professor Kim Kailuan was holding several thick books in his hands. Perhaps it was, as he said, he was looking for some information. Kong Hai walked over, but shook his head slightly. Professor Kim Kailuan's expression didn't change much, but he suddenly said, "Oh, Lord Lyoga, you're here too." Kong Hai's pupils contracted for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. He calmly turned around and saw that behind him he didn't know that the kingdom's silver moon which had quietly followed him. At this time, Lyoga put on a smiling face. "Professor, shouldn't you be teaching Riaz? Why did you leave him alone in front of the desk on the first floor?" Professor Kim Kailuan waved the books in his hands and pushed up his glasses. "I'm looking for some information for teaching purposes. I can't help it. The information available to the public is limited." "What information do you want? Just make a list," Lyoga said indifferently. "I'll have someone send it to you. Of course, this is just for teaching Riaz, understand?" Professor Kim Kailuan couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Then he put on a cautious expression and asked tentatively, "Lord Lyoga, to be honest, I'm really curious about Riaz's identity. Not only is he living in Tianjin Courtyard, but he's also being taught by you." Lyoga looked at Professor Kim Kailuan with a faint smile. "Didn't I tell you? Oh, it seems I forgot." After the professor and Kong Hai both showed a surprised expression, the young girl Riel smiled and said, "Riaz is now the first successor of Undersea City. His Majesty the Emperor has already conferred him as the Prince of Undersea City." "What?" Professor Kim Kailuan couldn't hide the shock in his heart and shouted, "Riaz is Underwater City's prince." "The first successor." Lyoga made a shushing gesture. "Professor, the library must be quiet. As a scholar, you should know better than me. So be quiet, okay?" The girl turned and left. Professor Jean Kailuan and Kong Hai exchanged glances. Kong Hai's gaze quickly calmed down, but the professor's heart was still unable to calm down. "What is Louis XXX planning?" Professor Kim Kailuan couldn't help but mutter, "Then I'll keep looking." Kong Hai said as he continued to walk into the dense forest of bookshelves, "This is the real royal library." His Majesty's voice rang out slowly. The outside can only be considered as a public reading area at most. There was only one floor, but it was still a ring-shaped structure. The difference was that there were no rows of bookshelves here, only pieces of 2-meter-tall, transparent, rectangular crystal. Boss Luo walked towards a large square crystal closest to him. Just as he approached it, lines of words appeared on the surface of the crystal. There seemed to be some medical records, and they were records of the human body's genes. Medicine, communications, agriculture, and even military. His Majesty opened his hand slightly, with a serious expression on his face. All the true knowledge of the Lemurian civilization in various fields are recorded here. At the same time, the results of some major breakthroughs in the underwater city are also recorded here. Without a doubt, having these is equivalent to having a civilization. "I won't deny this at all, Your Majesty." Boss Luo praised. "This is really a place full of surprises." If the book about astronomy in Miss Maid's arms was just like a firefly's light, then this library was like the sun releasing a bright light. The inheritance of civilization. This was the fire seed of civilization, condensing the time and life of countless people, and even the crystallization of their will. It was not comparable to a single outstanding soul's light. The crystal in front of you records medical knowledge. His Majesty smiled and said, "My friend who unfortunately passed away, Charles, once gave me the treatment of some diseases of human civilization. With the medical technology of this crystal, all the diseases in the human world can be effectively and quickly treated. Do you know the value of this?" Boss Luo nodded. "I even saw the technology of prolonging life. If this kind of knowledge is spread out, the value is immeasurable. Over there is communication." His Majesty pointed. "It can even achieve telepathy. Of course, there are many conditions. As for here, it is agriculture. Do you know, the underwater city is only so big, but there is only one place for planting. But we can supply the needs of the entire underwater city, and there will never be a shortage. We can even replicate many extinct species, and here there are various advanced weapon designs." "Your Majesty, what do you want to say?" Boss Luo asked calmly. His Majesty stepped forward and said seriously, "You can choose the technology you like here, or even all of it. This is the essence of a civilization, even the foundation of the Lemurian civilization. The magic technology is here. But here, there is no technology to make the holy armor." Boss Luo shook his head. "That's right. Among the conditions I gave, there is a technology requirement. But now in the underwater city, Your Majesty, you can only give me the White Tower or the technology to make the holy armor. This is the underwater city, or even the foundation of the Lemurian civilization." His Majesty sighed. "I hope you don't go too far." "If possible." Boss Luo suddenly said softly, "I also hope that I can give it to you unconditionally. If possible." Louis XXXIX couldn't help but frown. "I can't now." Boss Luo shook his head. "Since I was curious about what you could give me and started to estimate, I can't. I won't stop unless Your Majesty gives it up." Louis XXXIX couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt the existence of some condition, but he didn't have more information to speculate what the condition was. His Majesty was silent. Boss Luo didn't continue to look around, and neither did Miss Maid. Even with her memory, she could remember everything after seeing it once. This was the rule. Things like knowledge were considered to be obtained once they were recorded. Unlike other items, they could be returned after identification. If His Majesty suddenly asked, "I say, if all the fire of civilization here, can it be used to offset one of your conditions, thereby reducing the demand for that condition?" "Your Majesty, which condition do you intend to use to offset?" Boss Luo didn't answer, but asked instead. "The fourth one," His Majesty said suddenly. "Which one?" Boss Luo asked again. "Offset." His Majesty was about to speak. Boss Luo suddenly said, "I hope Your Majesty can consider clearly, behind this offset, what is to be given up and what is to be kept. We really hope that when the guests make each decision, they won't regret it in the future." Louis XXXIX opened his mouth several times. Fine sweat faintly seeped out of his forehead. After a long time, he slowly exhaled and said rather tiredly, "Since you don't plan to continue the tour, then leave." "Okay." Luocho nodded and immediately said, "Take it as a return gift for that ice cream. A suggestion. In my opinion, technology is something created by people and only by people." His Majesty shook his head and said indifferently, "Please." When they returned to the first floor of the Royal Library, Boss Luo saw Professor Kim Kailuan sitting beside Riaz, seemingly discussing something. Your Majesty." The professor heard the footsteps and saw that it was Louis XXXIX who came in person. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He quickly stood up. But why did these two auditing students come back with His Majesty? Had they met before? "Professor, we haven't seen each other in a while." His Majesty indicated that there was no need to be reserved. "Later on, I want to find some time to ask you some questions." I dare not. Professor Kim quickly said, It's my honor to answer your questions, Your Majesty. Louis XXXIX smiled and said, It's good that you can really answer my questions. This smile made Professor Kim Kailuan's throat move subconsciously. Sit down, don't stand. His Majesty said seemingly casually, I just came to see the progress of the teaching. Riaz, how do you feel these days? Tell me about it. Very bad. Riaz shook his head. Do you think my current appearance can be considered good? He shook his arm. The gauze on it. In fact, at this moment, almost only half of Riaz's face was exposed. Lyoga is just a bit strict. His Majesty smiled and said, Otherwise, I probably won't see you when I come back this time. Riaz suddenly felt a chill on his back and didn't dare to speak. He actually wanted to be naughty, but he realized that under the gaze of His Majesty he couldn't be naughty at all. Since the appearance of Louis XXXX, Riaz's heartbeat had been inexplicably fast. Compared to the Emperor, Riaz felt like a child. Seeing that Riaz was silent, His Majesty waved his hand and said, All right, now that I've seen it, I should go back. There are still many documents waiting for me. Riaz, learn well from Professor Kim Kailuan. He is the best scholar in our underwater city. You will learn a lot from him. Riaz nodded silently. Then, see you later. His Majesty looked at Boss Luo and said, See you later, Your Majesty. Wait. Riaz suddenly stopped the Emperor at this moment. He pressed his hands on the table and stood up. There is one thing. Speak. Riaz plucked up his courage and said, Your Majesty, I haven't been home for a few days. I want to go home. My mother still doesn't know about my news. I'm afraid she will be worried about me. I thought you didn't want to make this request. His Majesty smiled and said, Don't worry. I've already asked someone to find your mother. What? Riaz was startled and immediately became overjoyed. Really? Professor Kim Kailuan suddenly opened his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. Come with me and you will know. His Majesty smiled and immediately said, How about this? This morning's class will end here temporarily. Professor, what do you think? Of course, Your Majesty. Professor Kim Kailuan hurriedly lowered his head, but his eyes couldn't hide the trace of panic. Your Majesty, can I go with you? I want to gradually get to know Riaz's mother. I hope to know more about this child. It will be helpful for my future teaching mission. A teacher wants to see a student's home. This is a good reason. His Majesty nodded and said, Then come with me. Just as they were about to leave the library door, Kong Hai appeared. He took a few books and slowly walked to the end. He came to Professor Kim Kailuan's side and said in a low voice, I didn't find. Where are we going? Is the Emperor back? You'll know when we get there. Professor Kim Kailuan shook his head. From now on, don't speak. Record everything in your heart. At this time, in front of them, Riaz walked to the Emperor's side. He raised his head and asked, Your Majesty, how did you find my mother? His Majesty smiled and said, Your mother serves in the army. I am the Emperor of Undersea City. Can't I find a soldier loyal to Undersea City? That's true. Riaz nodded subconsciously. He felt that this question seemed a little redundant. Louis XXXIX suddenly said, But if it was another person, it might not be so easy to find. Do you know why? Why? Riaz asked curiously. Because only I have such authority. His Majesty narrowed his eyes and said, The authority of an emperor. You will have such authority in the future. Me? Riaz was dumbfounded. Professor Kim Kailuan was drenched in cold sweat as he listened. If the Silver Moon Witch's words were enough to make him shudder in fear, then when Louis XXXIX said something similar, it really set off a huge wave in his heart. Was Riaz really going to become the next emperor of Undersea City? Yes, it's you. His Majesty patted Riaz's shoulder. But after I die... Professor Kim Kailuan felt dizzy again. Finally, in Tianqin Courtyard, Riaz saw a female soldier in military uniform. She had a worried look on her face, but she was sitting upright. "Mother!" Riaz cried out in surprise at the door. Then he quickly rushed to the woman's side. "Riaz, it's really you. The people from the palace came to find me. They said you—" This seemed to be a very touching reunion. However, Professor Kim Kailuan's heart sank. If Kaya was here, didn't that mean Destiny's base had already been established? When did this happen? Before he left this morning, he had even contacted the stronghold. How could this be? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 1693. In the courtyard, Riaz reunited with his mother and told her everything that had happened recently. Riaz had many questions in his heart. He did not dare to tell others, but since it was his mother, he did not have to worry. "Mother, what is the truth about Father? Did Father really treat me well back then?" Riaz finally asked his mother. Kaya had been listening calmly the entire time. Only now did she reach out and stroke Riaz's face. "Mother will find a way to find out the truth. Riaz, before that, you just need to protect yourself." "But I've now become the prince of Underwater City for no reason." Riaz stood up excitedly. Kaya looked at him and signaled for him to calm down. She pressed her hands on Riaz's shoulders and said softly, "Riaz, do you still remember what I said when I left you a message last time?" Riaz nodded and subconsciously said, "You said it was inconvenient for you to answer phone calls in the camp. You said you would find a way to deal with Father." Kaya shook her head. "I told you to take good care of yourself." "Mother?" Kaya said seriously, "Listen, Riaz. Only if you can take good care of yourself can I be at ease. Since the Emperor wants you to be the successor, then you should use this identity well. Learn whatever he wants you to learn, be it knowledge or skills. Don't lose interest in these things just because they're boring. Sooner or later, you'll be able to use them." That big brother said something similar. Riaz subconsciously said, "Are you talking about the two who live here with you?" Kaya asked thoughtfully. Riaz nodded. At this moment, Kaya sucked in a deep breath and said, "All right, Riaz. His Majesty has allowed me to see you. You know that I'm a soldier of the Underwater City. I can't leave my post as I please. This is the responsibility of an adult." "I understand," Riaz nodded heavily. "Remember what I said." Kaya hugged Riaz in the end. "You just need to take good care of yourself. Only then can I be at ease." "Mother." At this moment, Riaz suddenly said, "Say, can I request His Majesty to let you meet with my father? I feel like His Majesty might agree." "I've already met your father." Kaya did not look into Riaz's eyes. "But he can't come to see you now, and you don't ask about your father. Why is that?" "He has more important things to do at the moment," Kaya said slowly. "During this time he can't be distracted. Riaz, don't you trust me?" Riaz could only shake his head, but he had doubts in his heart. But in the end, he chose to believe it and buried his doubts. Remember what I said just now. Remember to take good care of yourself. Learn whatever the people in the palace teach you." Kaya exhorted. "You have to imagine yourself as a sponge, absorbing as much water as possible." "Okay." Riaz nodded, then asked, "Mother, when can I see you again?" "I will come and find you." The reunion between mother and son did not last very long. Very soon, Kaya and Riaz left the room where they met alone and appeared in front of the hall in the courtyard. The Emperor and Boss Luo were leisurely enjoying the black tea that the maid had brewed. Of course, Professor Kim Kailuan and the young Kong Hai also had a share, but the professor seemed to be rather absent-minded. The girl, Rikuga, was not here either. Ever since they left the library, she had not been seen. "Your Majesty." Kai led Riaz out and bowed in front of Louis XXXIX first. Riaz could only imitate his mother. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had used such formal etiquette to face the Emperor of Underwater City. "I hope this meeting can put you at ease," the Emperor smiled. Madam Kaya, if you want, you can come and visit Riaz at any time. Thank you, Your Majesty, Kaya said calmly. But I'm a soldier of the underwater city. I can't just leave my post. I'm truly happy that the army has such a responsible soldier like you, Madam Kaya. The Emperor smiled. Afterwards, he pointed at Professor Kim Kailuin to the side and said, "This is one of the most renowned scholars in Underwater City. He has also been Riaz's teacher recently. Madam Kaya, the professor wishes to have a simple chat with you." Professor Kim Kailuin immediately looked at Kaya. "There's no need," Kaya said indifferently. "I've heard of Professor Kim Kailuin's name. It's Riaz's fortune to be able to receive a lecture from you. As his mother, I have nothing to say. I'll leave Riaz to you, Professor. He's naughty and mischievous, but he's not a bad person." Professor Kim Kailuin nodded without batting an eyelid. "Don't worry, Madam Kaya. I will do my best." "Then, Your Majesty, please allow me to return to camp." Kaya performed a military salute in front of the Emperor now. "Go." The Emperor waved his hand with a smile. Professor Kim Kailuin suddenly said at this moment, "Your Majesty, Madam Riku will be teaching in the afternoon. I'll return first and prepare for tomorrow's lecture." "Please go ahead, Professor," the Emperor agreed. Before long, the hall became slightly emptier. However, Riaz seemed to be in much better spirits after seeing his mother. "I'll have lunch here." The Emperor smiled. "It'll be livelier with more people." The servant girl did not say anything. She only nodded and left her seat, walking towards the kitchen. Over the past few days, the servant girl had been in charge of the meals in Tianjin courtyard. The servants of the palace had nothing to do. Taking advantage of this, Riaz went to Louis XXXX. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, I agree to that woman's morning exercise." The Emperor did not mind at all. "You can talk to her about this yourself. Do you not even have the courage to become a qualified emperor?" "All right." Riaz was helpless. He thought about it and said, "But as for the matter of being the successor, I hope I can think about it. I hope you can think it through, Your Majesty. I've been thinking about it since you were born." The Emperor smiled. "Since I allowed you to come here, I've naturally thought it through. Don't mention this matter again." Riaz opened his mouth and looked helpless. He could only make an excuse. "I'm a little tired. I'm going upstairs to rest. I won't be eating lunch, but I'll be back for the afternoon class." The Emperor did not mind this and allowed Riaz to go upstairs. Only then did he look at Boss Luo and say, "There should be some time before lunch. Do you want to play a game of chess with me? I saw a chessboard outside the corridor." Boss Luo agreed. When he rearranged the chessboard, the Emperor suddenly asked, "By the way, when did this Titan civilization appear? Before us? In another era?" "That's not a useful answer." The Emperor shook his head but did not pursue the matter. Now that the chessboard was set, the Emperor made the first move without asking any questions. Only when they were about to leave the palace did Professor Kim Kailuin quickly catch up with Kaya. "Madam Kaya, please wait," Professor Kim Kailuin called out softly. "Madam, how did you come to the palace?" "Of course it's because of His Majesty's summons," Madam Kaya said expressionlessly. "Professor, is there anything else?" A hint of doubt flashed through Professor Kim Kailuin's eyes before he shook his head. "You directly boarded the serpent provided by the palace." She did not stop at all. Looking at the serpent that was gradually disappearing, Professor Kim Kailuin could not help but frown even more. What exactly happened? The young Kong Hai went up and asked softly, "We'll talk about it when we get back." On the way back, Professor Kim Kailuin calmly returned to his residence. The guards who had escorted him back to the palace had already left. After the professor entered the door, as usual, he went to the garden to water, read for a while, and then took a nap. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon before he woke up and continued to work in the study. After having dinner with Kong Hai, He and Kong Hai took a walk on the street, as usual. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the professor and Kong Hai met with a friend at a tea house to discuss academic issues. They returned home at 11 at night and took a bath. Just as they were about to return to their room, the professor bumped into Kong Hai in the corridor and whispered to him, "The stronghold has been destroyed by the military. I wonder how many of them escaped. Kai should be the real one. She's not a random impersonator. She didn't say anything to you. Perhaps she's being watched as well," the professor said quickly. "You don't have to go to the palace with me tomorrow. Go take a look. Be careful." Kong Hai nodded. Afterwards, he took out a folded piece of paper. "The route. I drew it in the past few days." Professor Kim Kailuin returned to his room and did not sleep for the entire night. The next morning, Professor Kim Kailuin dressed up early and boarded the serpent that had come to pick him up. He entered Tian Chun Courtyard. What surprised the professor was that Riaz was unusually serious in class today. His intuition made him feel like he was a different person. "Why didn't I see Mr. Kong Hai today?" Boss Luo asked curiously during the break. "Oh, I asked him to find me some information, so he didn't come today," the professor replied casually. Boss Luo asked, "Professor, do you know a scholar named Leeds in the Lemurian era?" Professor Kim Kailuin was startled. Of course he knew about Leeds. He had a job on hand to compile the biographies of this famous scholar from the Lemurian civilization named Leeds. "How do you know about Leeds?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "Yesterday, when I was in the library, I saw one of his works on astronomy. I found it interesting, so I wanted to know more about it." Professor Kim Kailuin thought for a moment and said, "Leeds, a thinker and astronomer of the Lemurian era. He was also one of the last 7 great sages of the Lemurian civilization before the age of the underwater city. What do you want to know?" "It's in this book." Boss Luo raised the book that Miss Maid borrowed from the library yesterday, turned to a page, and said slowly, it mentioned a place called the Land of Reincarnation, the End of Death. "I wonder if the classroom knows about this Land of Reincarnation?" Professor Kim Kailuin took the book and quickly glanced at the front and back pages. Then he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "According to my research over the years after this book was published at that time, it caused a great sensation, especially the matter of the Land of Death. It even attracted the attention of the government at that time. They also sent people to investigate. Is there a conclusion?" This book doesn't have much explanation. The professor shook his head and said, "No, I can't find any information about that exploration. The collection in the Royal Library is the essence of the previous era. It's really valuable knowledge. Since there's no record of this so-called Land of Reincarnation, the government at that time obviously didn't think it was important. Why are you interested in this matter?" Boss Luo smiled slightly and said, "I just think it's interesting." "Interesting," Boss Luo said. "If life can be reincarnated, what do you want to do, Professor?" Professor Kim Kailuin instantly opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But when the words came to his mouth, he realized that he didn't seem to have thought about what he wanted to do. "I've never thought about this problem." Professor Kim Kailuin couldn't help but shake his head. Besides, if life can really be reincarnated, the Lemurian civilization may not have gone to the point of extinction. It must have prohibited the erosion of the Lemurians' bodies before the start of the magic era. Naturally, there wouldn't be the underwater city now, and you and I wouldn't be here discussing this problem, right? Indeed. Boss Luo nodded, then put away the book. The recess just ended. At this time, Riaz came back with a pile of books. Professor Kim Kailuin glanced at them and found that most of these books were books about the structure of the human body, the foundation of movement and fighting techniques. "Why are you looking at these books?" Riaz said unhappily. "Of course it's to give Lyoga a good beating." "Oh, this child seems to have another layer of gauze wrapped around her today." Professor Kim Kailuin shook his head and directly put away the miscellaneous books. Then he looked at Boss Luo and said, "In the library there are many books about the great sage Leeds. If you are interested, go look for them, but don't expect too much." This great sage did indeed have many irreplaceable contributions to the Lemurian civilization, but in his later years, most of his theories were basically unfounded and pure fantasy. Since it's fantasy, why do you still want to study the deeds of this great sage? I said that fantasy only happened in the later years of the great sage Leeds. In the first half of his life, he still had many contributions and even the deeds of influencing the decisions of the government at that time. Of course, it's worth studying. Professor Kim Kailuan said unhappily, "Besides, we are in the field of history. How can we deny all of a person's achievements just because of his mistakes in history? If you ask this, aren't you afraid that the road will be too narrow?" "That's true." Boss Luo smiled casually. Professor Kim Kailuan suddenly frowned, took out a book from the books he brought, and threw it in front of Boss Luo. "Young man, you have to be down to earth. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Learn more about the basics. Read this general history of Undersea City first. Then think about the Lemurian era." The maid next to him suddenly picked up a pen at this time and wrote something in a small notebook, probably thinking like this: if one day this professor also became a customer, then this small notebook would be useful. Maybe. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1694. The Holy City, the Holy Church, the residence of the Pope. Paladin Wasco was walking quickly in the corridor. His expression was unfriendly. He had brought Father Stella and the 4 Paladin trainees back. It had been a few days since they came back, and they were walking through the passage of the inhuman domain. The situation was much more serious than Wasco had imagined. 5 descended angels had all fallen in this battle, and the Paladin battalion was on the verge of being crippled. As for the clergy, even if they were to gather all of them from all over the world, it would be a problem for them to gather even half of their combat power. This would be the weakest and most difficult period of the Holy Church's existence. The only thing that could be considered fortunate was that this matter was temporarily hidden, but it was unknown how long it could be hidden. At this moment, a nun with messy clothes suddenly burst out of a room in the corridor. Wasco was stunned as he saw the nun holding her collar. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were filled with tears. When she saw Wasco, she lowered her head and ran away without bothering to salute. "Oh, Wasco, you're early." Then a blond youth walked out while buttoning the buttons on his shirt sleeves. His face was radiant. It was Father Stella. "Bastard Stella, you." The paladin's forehead could not help but swell, and his eyes were spitting fire. You actually dared to violate the palace." "I'll kill you. I shouldn't have promised the Pope to bring you back." "TSK," Father Stella said with disdain. "Trash Wasco, I've been away for so long, and you haven't even exploited the resources here. What a waste." The paladin immediately rushed forward and rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to attack. But at this moment, a priest in black hurried over. "Great, Lord Wasco, Lord Stella, you're both here. The Pope sent me to find you. I'll deal with you later," Wasco said through gritted teeth. Father Stella could only mutter, "I didn't do anything to your granddaughter. Besides, I'm just giving a body massage to a young and cute girl. Don't you know that it's good for blood circulation?" Somewhere in the Pope's palace, a huge explosion could be heard. A corridor had been directly blown apart. A moment later, Paladin Wasco and Father Stella arrived at the Pope's study. The elderly Pope's legs were even covered with a blanket. He adjusted his spectacles and couldn't help but frown as he looked at the two of them. "What happened to the two of you?" Paladin Wasco's eyes were completely black. As for Father Stella's right sleeve, it was torn apart. "Pope, I think you should reconsider your decision to appoint Stella as the Pope candidate," Paladin Wasco said expressionlessly. Father Stella nodded in agreement. "I agree with Wasco's suggestion. Wasco and the Pope could not help but stare blankly. Father Stella continued, "I think you, old thief, should abdicate now and give me the Pope's throne directly." Heresy! Heresy! Paladin Wasco was about to draw his sword. Father Stella reached into his pants and scratched. "Shut up, trash! All right, stop fooling around." The Pope could not help but pinch his forehead. "I called you here today because I have something important to tell you. Stella, I hope you can make a trip to the summit meeting. I just came back." The Pope said casually, "I'm planning to reopen the case in a few days. I want to retrial all the prisoners in the Godly Might prison." "How can there be so many unjust cases?" The Pope said impatiently, "I've already sent people to intercept those prisoners. What if those felons escape midway? Since you're back, do your job properly. I'll give you a satisfactory answer about the Amunst matter later. There are still so many pure nuns in the Holy Palace waiting for me to preach." Father Stella shook his head. The Pope said expressionlessly, "Apart from you, there's another leader this time. She's Sister Lavinia, one of the most outstanding women in the Holy Church. She's 25 years old this year. Blonde hair, 173 centimeters tall. You can measure her 3 measurements yourself. Are you going or not?" "Oh." Father Stella wiped his hands on his hair and added holy light special effects. After revealing his shiny teeth, he smiled casually. "Isn't it just a meeting to see who has the bigger fist? Don't worry, I'll let my fist convince the others. I hope you'll do as you say." The Pope didn't care. "This meeting will be held in Hua Nation. Do as you see fit. I'm also looking forward to you using your fist to convince them. TSK, it seems like I'm going to become all-mouthy king this time." The priest shook his head. "My fist, unfortunately, doesn't hit women." The Pope waved his hand and didn't intend to say anything else. Stella's mouth was cheap, everyone knew that. After the Pope waved Father Stella and Wasco away, he sighed. At this moment, a bright light suddenly fell into the Holy Palace. The huge and holy aura instantly made the hearts of all the knights and clergymen in the Holy Church's headquarters. Even the Pope couldn't help but skip a beat. A white figure floated in front of the Pope. Are you the current Pope of the Holy Church?" The white figure gradually became clear. Feathers that emitted a faint white light fell to the ground. What the Pope saw was, shockingly, an incomparably handsome man dressed in white with a long black robe draped over his shoulders, an angel. "My name is Auriel, Holy Flame." The Pope didn't care about his frail body at this moment. He hurriedly walked out and knelt in front of the angel. He could more or less guess the reason for this angel's arrival. "You must keep the matter of my arrival a secret." "Yes. Just declare that I'm an ordinary angel." "Trash Wasco, what are you daydreaming about?" Outside, Father Stella frowned as he looked at the guy he'd known for almost his whole life. "I said, help me find out about Sister Lavinia. Did you hear me?" "Are you really an idiot, or are you pretending to be crazy?" Wasco said with slight anger. "Can't you feel it? This holy aura disappeared?" With that, Wasco looked at the Pope's study with a solemn expression. Father Stella followed Wasco's gaze in confusion. Well, he didn't see anything. "Don't change the topic." He couldn't help but put his hand on Wasco's shoulder and frowned. "I seriously suspect that this so-called Sister Lavinia has become your pawn. That's why you didn't tell me. Tell me the truth. We've been friends for so many years. How can I not be shameless enough to take advantage of my friend's wife?" Paladin Wasco shook his head. It seemed that he could only go back and avoid Stella, then ask the Pope about the situation. But that holy aura, was it the appearance of a new angel? "You want to know about Sister Lavinia?" Wasco suddenly asked. "Isn't this nonsense?" The priest said seriously at this time, "I recently watched a very magical Oriental movie. There was a woman called the Holy Maiden of God's Dragon sect. After she was drugged with a secret aphrodisiac, the male protagonist took advantage of her. Since then, the male protagonist directly exploded with force. I was wondering if this secret drug could be developed. Even Paladin Wasco, who had been accustomed to Stella's moral integrity, could not help but be shocked by this man's bottom line. He shook his head and said, "Don't have such a rotten idea. Lavinia has made a lifelong vow. Don't hurt her, or I won't let you go." Lifelong vow? When Father Stella heard this, he suddenly shook his head like a frosted eggplant and said, "It's boring." Wasco could not help but look at Stella in surprise. "It's amazing. I thought you would say this is more interesting." Father Stella said very seriously, "I used to think so. Until 50 years ago, when I slept with a nun who may have made a lifelong vow, I felt that I was quite naive. Think about it. When you are doing things, the woman under you has been shouting the name of the Lord. I feel like I am in a live broadcast, and another guy is peeping at me all the time. This feeling of eating shit. How can I feel good?" "Heresy, you are really a heresy." The paladin suddenly pulled out his sword. "Go to the duel arena. Don't say any more. Come on. Today I will beat the shit out of you." The priest directly rolled up his sleeves. Several clergymen next to him bowed their heads, and after a glance, they continued to walk. These two people are here again. Their relationship is so good. Something like that. On the ground, on the other side of the ocean, in a manor in the United States. The servants were busy in the manor. The mistress of the manor was wiping a silver pistol in the courtyard at this time. Even if the servants passed by, they did not dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing the woman who had just become the owner of the manor. "Kacha, Kacha!" After disassembling the pistol, the mistress of the manor used a terrifying speed to reassemble the pistol. She raised the pistol, aimed at a certain place, and then directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out, and the trunk of a big tree in the courtyard instantly shook. After that, a figure fell from the shaking. The bullet directly pierced through the forehead. Dead. After the figure fell, the servants immediately came and took the corpse away. These servants were used to this kind of thing. Even today, similar things had happened twice. These were the internal members of the organization, those who did not accept the rule of the mistress of the manor, and then secretly sent out assassins. Just as the servants were dragging the corpse out, another woman came into the courtyard. The servants quickly bowed their heads. "Katerina!" The woman waved her hand to let the servants leave quickly. Then she walked to the mistress of the manor and sat down. "Lamias, I'll change the place for you. This is Charles's former residence. You'll be an obvious target if you stay here. Isn't this good?" The mistress of the manor. Lamias smiled casually at this time. "As long as I am here, the rats will take the initiative to come out. If I change to a secret place, they won't be able to find the way." Katerina shook her head. It was very strange. She did not expect that after Lamias returned, she would be so strong. She even had such terrifying power that she could directly suppress the current Black Order. Although the power of the Black Order was almost gone. "What's the matter?" Katerina thought for a while and said, "The location of the meeting in Kelowna has been decided." "What does this have to do with us?" Lamias shrugged and said, "That is a meeting between the major countries. The Black Order has never participated in these things." Katerina looked dignified and said, "Today, 2 foreign agents who claim to be the Kelowna administration found me and sent this thing, an invitation letter." "Kelowna? Administration?" Lamias suddenly frowned. "How did they find us?" Katerina said with a wry smile, "It's not how they found us, but from the beginning they knew where we were. The Holy Church has been tracking the whereabouts of the order for many years, but they have never found it, right?" Lamias frowned and said, "What do you mean by this?" Katerina said, "You used to be a member of the action team, so you don't know much about these things. It seems that it's time for me to teach you about the real giants of the supernatural forces hidden behind the scenes in this world." "Well, I'm listening." Lamias nodded. but she suddenly waved her arm again. She pointed her pistol and a gunshot sounded. On the roof in the distance, another figure fell down. Only then did she put the pistol on the table, stretched, and said, "Go ahead, it's fine now." The supernatural forces in the current world, except for the underwater city that only we know about, are actually divided into 3 different regions. Katerina said slowly. Kelowna in the east, Eurasia in the west, and North and South America on our side basically maintain a state of mutual non-interference. But there is one rule that North and South America and Eurasia abides by, and that is to never step into the territory of Kelowna. In fact, if it weren't for the invitation letter sent by the Kelowna administration this time, most of the Inhumans in North and South America and Eurasia probably wouldn't have the chance to step into this eastern country in their lives. Lamia's couldn't help but be shocked. She did have a lot of things that she didn't know. Although she had lived for a very long time, she was basically trapped in one place for 99% of the time. The things that she knew were really pitiful. "We will make her the Shinryu of the East," Katerina said seriously. "She is the only one in the world who is recognized as an absolutely invincible existence that cannot be resisted. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 3780 seconds. Chapter 1695. Among the clouds and mist, red-crowned cranes flew in unison, and 7-colored deer wandered in the mountains and forests. It looked like a legendary fairyland. Xianyuan Palace. In the meeting hall, the princess of the royal family was listening intently to the argument between the descendants of the Xianyuan family from the Qian and Kuan tribes and the demons that had been incorporated. The argument was endless. It had been almost 2 hours. Yes, the Xianyuan Palace was still using the ancient method of calculating time. Seeing that Chichikamaya, the leader of the Kuan tribe, who had always been kind and amiable, was rolling up his sleeves as if he was going to fight if he didn't agree, the princess, sitting in the seat of honor, couldn't help but think of the hooligans in the human parliament. Seeing that it was about time, the princess suddenly stood up, lifted the cup, and threw it out. That was really a powerful and resonating voice. Everyone was shocked. However, the princess didn't say anything and just snorted coldly. Then she waved her sleeves and left, scaring the leaders of the Qian and Kuan tribes into silence. "Mr. Turtle, what do you think the princess meant by this? Should we go to the administration's invitation or not? Whether we're willing or not, we still have to attend this invitation." The filthy old turtle stroked his beard and said, "This matter involves the transcendence of the secular world. Since ancient times, the Xianyuan Palace has been the guardian of Kelowna. How can we show weakness in front of the transcendence of other countries? Then, why did the princess throw the cup just now? Isn't it because of the matter between you and me? My kid from the Kuan tribe just had a fight with your kid from the Qian tribe in the school. It's normal for kids to fight. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." "Bah, old man, my kid from the Qian tribe was beaten so badly that he almost became autistic and didn't eat or drink for 3 days. How can you say that this is a small matter? Tisk, do you think that my kid from the Kuan tribe isn't injured? A piece of his nail was flipped off. Look at how serious his injury is. Old man, Chichikamaya, how can you bully me like this? Come on, if you're not convinced, then let's fight." Oh, right, the big shots of the 2 departments of Qian and Kuan were indeed quarreling in the conference hall because of the children's fight. This is the daily routine of the court meeting in Xianyuan Palace. As for the invitation from the administration of Divine Land, I'll just accept it. If I don't like it, I'll do it. The moment Her Royal Highness returned to her bedroom, she waved away the maids who were serving her. Then she took off the heavy phoenix robe and sat up in frustration. She stretched out her hand and took off a bead on her body. Then her face suddenly changed. "Jessica, this is still the Xianyuan Palace. You'd better not casually take the bead that Big Sister gave you." Suddenly, a shadow sneaked out of the room and stood in front of Jessica. "You can't let others know that you're a fake." Looking at the ghost baby in front of her, Jessica shook her head with a bitter smile, I finally understand why Master doesn't want to stay in this place. The ghost baby didn't say anything. He didn't want to stay here either, even though it was very quiet here. Jessica shook her head again. I'm going out this time, won't I be exposed? The ghost baby said indifferently, this time, you'll definitely be followed by the ministry of Qian and Kuan. You don't have to go out, and nobody dares to spy on you. I hope so. Jessica sighed and put the bead back on. Instantly, she appeared in the appearance of Su Zijuan again. Underwater City. It had been almost a week since the preliminary round of the Fitu competition ended. There were still 3 weeks before the final round of the Fitu competition. That was to say, Riaz had already lived in the palace for 6 days. Apparently, he wasn't a genius. Professor Kim Kailuan even revised his teaching plan and slowed down the pace of teaching, although in his opinion, Riaz was indeed very hardworking. Well, there are indeed such people who could barely keep up with others after putting in several times more effort than others. However, once they relaxed, they would be left far behind. Professor Kim Kailuan called such hard-working students academic flunkies. Another teaching mission ended. Professor Kim Kailuan was packing up and preparing to leave the palace. These days, he couldn't find a chance to stay in the palace after the teaching mission ended. He needed to find something. For this, Konghai had already drawn the route map of the palace. There were many reasons why he agreed to Lu Ji's teaching mission, and this was one of them. Professor, why don't you stay in the afternoon? After class, Riaz rushed to Professor Kim Kailuan excitedly. I don't have to teach that woman this afternoon. Oh. Professor Kim Kailuan's heart moved, but he said calmly, What's the matter? Riaz said excitedly, His Majesty wants to practice Fitu in the afternoon, so he asked me to accompany him. Therefore, he stopped teaching that violent woman. His Majesty wants to compete with you in Fitu? Professor Kim Kailuan couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what the Emperor was up to this time. After meeting Madame Kaya in the palace that day, he hadn't stopped looking for information about the stronghold. He sent Konghai to investigate, and when Konghai returned, he confirmed that the stronghold had indeed been completely destroyed. This made Professor Kim Kailuan's heart tremble. He didn't know if the royal government had already discovered his true identity. However, he had never used Kim Kailuan's identity to participate in Destiny's activities. Master Kim Kailuan's appearance was different from Professor Kim Kailuan's. There were no survivors. The only fortunate thing was that there weren't many people left in the stronghold at the time. However, I don't think Destiny can withstand many more attacks like this. He didn't see Kaya's corpse. This was what Konghai said after he returned from his investigation. Professor Kim Kailuan was basically certain that the Madame Kaya he saw in Tianjin courtyard that day was the real Kaya and not an imposter. However, she didn't acknowledge him. Professor Kim Kailuan guessed that it was because she was under the Emperor's surveillance. The Emperor had probably brought Madame Kaya here to force her. Perhaps it was to calm Riaz down. Looking at Riaz's completely different attitude towards learning before and after, Professor Kim Kailuan already had some guesses. Could it be that Louis XXXIX was really planning to raise Riaz as his successor? This was a rather crazy idea. The Emperor of Underwater City had always been the successor of the royal bloodline. There had never been a case of choosing a commoner in history. Even though this matter hadn't been announced to the public yet, and even the guards and servants in the palace didn't know Riaz's true identity. However, the Silver Moon, which didn't care about revealing this matter in front of him. This made Professor Kim Kailuan feel very confused. He didn't think that his identity as an outstanding scholar in Underwater City was worth the Silver Moon which revealing this matter. It was a pity that after that day, he had no way of contacting Madame Kaya again. He rubbed his forehead. He felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to move around under the surveillance of the royal government. Professor, Riaz looked at him blankly. You don't want to go? Oh, of course not. Professor Kim Kailuan quickly shook his head. I also like sports like the serpent competition. Since His Majesty is personally participating, of course I can't miss it. Okay, then let's go together, Riaz said as he clapped his hands. Let's all go together. Professor Kim Kailuin subconsciously looked at the two auditing students in the classroom. Looks like they already knew about this matter. Professor Kim Kailuin secretly shook his head. In the past few days, he still couldn't figure out the identity of these two people. He couldn't beat around the bush to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. But he always felt that the blonde girl in the black and white dress looked at him strangely every time. It reminded him of the customers buying meat in the market. When the customers looked at the meat on the rack and thought about which piece of meat to ask the meat stall owner to cut, it seemed to be the same look in their eyes. In short, it was a look of ill intent. However, the professor didn't know when he offended this extremely beautiful woman. He didn't know, and he didn't dare to ask. The professor sighed and suddenly felt that he was alone. Now, in Destiny, there was no one who could be entrusted with such a big responsibility. Longang was also imprisoned by the kingdom's government, and it was really difficult to move an inch. It's too difficult for me. The professor and Kong Hai stayed in the Tianshan courtyard for lunch. After a short rest, they followed the guards and arrived at the serpent competition track that was exclusively used by the emperor. Among all the emperors, Louis XXXIX was the one who liked the serpent competition the most. The serpent competition had always existed, and then it reached an unprecedented scale under Louis XXXX. His Majesty directly set aside a piece of land in his own palace and directly built a track. As soon as they arrived, they saw that His Majesty was already waiting for them there. Louis XXXIX had already been waiting there for a long time, and he was wearing a black battle suit specially used for the serpent competition. The girl that Riaz was afraid of, Lugo, was also here, and she was wearing the same clothes as the emperor. They were standing there like a couple. Riaz didn't know why he suddenly had such a feeling in his heart, but soon his attention was attracted by something else. Asla! Riaz cried out in surprise and hurriedly ran over. At this moment, not far from the emperor, there were several different models of serpent. One of them was the serpent that Riaz rode that day. His Majesty the Emperor glanced at Riaz, who was rubbing his face on Asla, and smiled. This is not your original one. I found someone to restore it. However, most of the parts on it were scattered from your original one, except for its core. Of course, the current power system is also the best. I feel it. Riaz rode on the new serpent and looked at the parameters on the interface, his eyes shining. Although Asla White Chilin was powerful, it was so powerful that Riaz even felt a little scared. It was this kind of familiar data and operating system that he liked more from the bottom of his heart. However, these words were actually for Boss Luo and Miss Maid. The Emperor exclaimed, "What an amazing technology! My research institute has been working hard these days, but the progress of cracking it has been zero. Do you two mind if I study it for a few more days?" Luocho smiled and said, "Since it's something that your Majesty wants to buy, of course, we'll let your Majesty study it." "That's generous of you." His Majesty smiled casually and pointed at the brand-new flying tumuli that had been arranged at the side. "I wonder if the two of you are interested in playing as well." Boss Luo was also interested in this kind of flying serpent, which was quite cool if it was not modified inexplicably, so he gladly agreed. "There are some special clothes over there you can choose." The Emperor pointed at a lounge at the side. Boss Luo gestured, and Miss Maid walked over. "Professor, do you want to join us?" The Emperor suddenly looked at Professor Kim Kailuin and asked. The professor hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, my body can't withstand the stimulation of the serpents. I'd better be a quiet spectator. Then this young man can join us." The Emperor casually glanced at Kong Hai beside the professor and said, "Young people should ride the serpents." Kong Hai was about to refuse, but unexpectedly, Professor Kim Kailuan agreed. Since it's an invitation from Your Majesty, Kong Hai, you should accompany Your Majesty. This is a rare experience. Kong Hai didn't say anything and walked directly to the room to choose clothes. Your Majesty, I won't change my clothes. Can I try it now? Riaz said excitedly. The Emperor smiled mysteriously and said, Don't worry, today's track isn't here. Riaz froze and subconsciously looked at the track in the Emperor's back garden. It was already spacious and huge, right? Today's track is outside. As the Emperor spoke, he clapped his hands. A gap suddenly opened in the weather system above the underwater city, and a huge black shadow stopped outside the underwater city. Louis XXXIX said with a smile, Today we're going out of the city. Our destination is the Sonam Trench. Riaz blinked. Obviously, he didn't know where this trench was. Professor Kim Kailuan's expression changed slightly and he exclaimed. He knew the location of this trench. It was the intersection point closest to the Siren clan in the underwater city. It used to be a mine in the underwater city, but it was abandoned after the mine was exhausted. However, nowadays the Siren clan would often appear there. In the undersea city, there was a dangerous position that specialized in scavenging. The people of the undersea city who were engaged in scavenging would often appear in some relatively dangerous places in the deep sea or abandoned places to look for missing materials. In the Sonam Trench, the Siren clan would occasionally attack the scavengers. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Professor Kim Kailuan quickly stepped forward. Don't worry. The Emperor smiled and said, In the morning, the 3rd Legion of the underwater city set off. Now I think it should be cleaned up. Professor Kim Kailuan couldn't help but frown. His expression changed slightly, and he almost scolded the Emperor. This Emperor actually used the 3rd Legion of the underwater city to play the flying serpent game. It was simply a waste of money and manpower. Come, let's board the ship first. They're back. The Emperor walked straight to the small transport ship, the Flying Serpent, as he spoke. At this time, Miss Maid came back with 2 suits for the Flying Serpent game. Riaz glanced at it. It was the same white suit. This doesn't seem to be a warship of the underwater city. The professor suddenly said. The Emperor turned around and smiled. Well, this guy is called Sapphire. I picked it up outside some time ago. There are many technologies of the humans on the surface. If you're interested, you can study it. What? The humans on the surface have the technology to explore this place? Professor Kim Kailuan's expression changed drastically. The Emperor said indifferently, We're all humans. Why can't the humans on the surface develop their own technology? Professor, do you think we, the descendants of the Lemurian civilization, are nobler than anyone else? Your Majesty. Professor Kim Kailuan's expression changed again. If these words came out of the mouth of a commoner, it would be considered treason. The Emperor didn't care. Standing on the transport ship, he waved his hand and said loudly, Board the ship. Chapter 1696. Professor Kim Kailuan said that he could freely visit the Sapphire, built by humans from the surface world, but he wasn't in the mood at all. The professor was worried about the tip of the iceberg that His Majesty the Emperor had revealed about the humans in the surface world. As for what he was worried about, he was unable to sort out his thoughts. Professor Kim Kailuan looked at the darkness of the deep sea through the submarine's window. He felt that destiny was just like the darkness outside, full of misfortune. Perhaps even he himself did not know that he was probably the kind of person who would worry about everything blindly. Of course, there was no such story in the history of Undersea City. On the way, Professor Kim Kailuan had been locked in the lounge provided by the Emperor. He did not see anyone, but his organization, Kong Hai, was wandering around Sapphire with great interest. Then, Kong Hai met Boss Luo in a corridor. Because they met once a week recently, they were familiar with each other. Although this young man did not like to talk, he came with Professor Kim Kailuan every time, so naturally he could not be ignored. When they met, Kong Hai was standing in front of a metal wall in the corridor. His palm was pressed on the wall, and his eyes were closed. Is there anything different here? Luocho asked curiously. By the way, Miss Maid had already changed into the white, flying serpent suit. Kong Hai, on the other hand, chose a dark blue outfit. I can feel the existence of some magic energy. Kong Hai's fingers slowly slid along the metal wall. The flow of magic energy is based on magic energy lines. Just like flowing water, as long as there are lines, magic energy will flow and leave traces. Here, there are such traces. Luocho glanced at Miss Maid casually. Yu Yi looked at Kong Hai and said slowly, the Emperor said that this is a submarine built by humans from the surface world. How can there be magic energy technology? Kong Hai looked at them in surprise and asked in puzzlement, logically speaking, you should have seen through it as well. Why would you have such thoughts? This submarine is obviously built with a mixture of magical technology. I don't know about the propulsion system for now, since the propulsion room isn't open to the public. I haven't seen it before, but the fact that this submarine is able to navigate here and withstand the pressure at such depths is clearly due to the power of magical energy. Boss Luo smiled and said, Mr. Kong Hai, why do you think we know this? Kong Hai replied calmly, naturally it's because of the flow of air. The flow of air? This reason even surprised Miss Maid. She couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of flow? Kong Hai thought for a moment. I can see the flow of air. The air exists around everyone, so it will definitely flow and vibrate due to human activities. Even if it is still, there will still be actions that affect the flow of air, such as breathing. And then, Kong Hai said indifferently, the air around you has always been stagnant, which is very strange. In the underwater city, only the air around the Emperor doesn't flow. Even the air around the Silver Moon, which actually flows, but it's very small. What does this mean? Kong Hai said matter-of-factly, this means that you are the same as the Emperor. He is the ruler of magical energy, so you should be the same. You will naturally know about the traces of magical energy on this submarine. It sounded very reasonable. But Luo Qiu suddenly understood one thing. The young man beside the professor seemed to be the type who was not sensitive, or the type who didn't care about covering up his behavior at all. We are not the same as the Emperor of the underwater city. Luoqiu shook his head. Then how did you do it? Kong Hai's eyes lit up, and his face was full of curiosity. If you are not the same, then this ability to stop the flow of air is not the only type and can be obtained through other means. Why do you want to know this? Kong Hai thought for a moment and said, Of course, it's to study the essence of magical energy. In the underwater city, only the Emperor can achieve absolute control over magical energy. This is the foundation for him to rule the underwater city. However, if it can be obtained through learning, it means that it will no longer be a privilege of the royal family. This can completely change the situation of the underwater city being ruled by the Emperor alone. Mr. Kong Hai, aren't you afraid that we will tell the Emperor what you said? Boss Luo smiled. You won't. Kong Hai shook his head. Why? Luoqiu asked. Intuition. Kong Hai answered directly. Intuition tells me that you won't do that. So it doesn't matter if I tell you. Boss Luo was even more curious. So, as long as your intuition is right, anyone can tell you? Kong Hai cast a puzzled look again and said in a well-known tone, Intuition is intuition. Whether I say it or not depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I will tell others. If I'm in a bad mood, even if I feel that I can tell others, I won't take the initiative to say it. Isn't that the case? That's right. Boss Luo opened his mouth, then smiled and said, Finally, I have some new understanding of Mr. Kong Hai. Kong Hai stared at the two people in front of him seriously, shook his head and said, But I know very little about you. Will you tell me about you? Boss Luo continued to smile and said, If we don't say it, will Mr. Kong Hai be angry? Kong Hai shook his head and said, When I'm unhappy, I won't tell others anything. I'm the same. Why can't you be like this? Why should I be angry? Boss Luo's eyes lit up. Mr. Kong Hai, do you usually get along with a professor like this? Kong Hai nodded directly. He often says that he will lose a few years of his life because of me. However, the reality is that he has lived the longest among all the people I know. Luocho smiled and said, It seems that Mr. Kong Hai and the professor have a very good relationship. Are you friends despite the difference in age? Kong Hai shook his head again. I've known Kim Kailuan for a long time. Although I look very young now, in fact, I've always looked like this all these years. I won't age. When I first met Kim Kailuan, he was only this old. With that said, Kong Hai reached out and gestured, placing his palm on his waist. Boss Luo said, I'm more curious about Mr. Kong Hai's past now. Do you plan to tell me? I don't want to talk about the past, Kong Hai said casually. Kong Hai said casually, furthermore, I will occasionally forget some things. As time goes by, the number of things I forget will increase as well. Now that we don't have a complete picture of the past, there's no point in talking about it. Oh, we've digressed from the topic. We were actually talking about this submarine, and how did you guys stop the flow of air? Especially the method you used to stop the air from flowing. Can you teach me that? I can't teach you unconditionally. Boss Luo shook his head and said, You can pay me. How much is the payment? Kong Hai asked directly. But I don't have many contribution points. Kim Kailuan has given me some contribution points over the years, but I've basically used them to buy books and eat. I've used most of them to buy books. I still have 29 contribution points from the underwater city. Is that enough? Underwater city's contribution points are useless to me. Boss Luo shook his head. If Mr. Kong Hai wants to learn, you can only exchange it with something that truly belongs to you. Something that belongs to me. This question made Kong Hai fall into deep thought. He couldn't help but lower his head in silence. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't know what belongs to me. Does this set of clothes I'm wearing count? No, this set of clothes was given by the emperor. Then, only the underwear is left. I bought the underwear myself, so it should count as mine. At the professor's house, I still have many books that should be mine, but I want to give those books to you. Boss Luo laughed softly. That was a smile that couldn't help but laugh, which was completely different from his usual gentle smile. This was even the smile that Miss Servant Girl cherished the most. What Kong Hai didn't know was that, at this moment, Miss Servant Girl felt much better about him. What are you laughing at? Kong Hai asked confusedly. Boss Luo waved his hand, restrained himself and sighed. It's nothing. It's just that after doing business for so long, it's the first time that someone wants to exchange underwear with me. It's unusual. At the beginning, didn't humans exchange clothes? Kong Hai shook his head and said, What's wrong with this? Do you want my underwear or not? However, Boss Luo turned around at this time. His shoulders trembled slightly. It turned out that he was laughing secretly. After a while, he sighed and turned back again. Boss Luo thought for a while, waved his hand, and a card the size of a poker card appeared in his palm. It wasn't a black card, but a transparent crystal card with many circuitry patterns on it. This is for you. Boss Luo said indifferently, There should be something you want on it. The crystal card flew slowly to Kong Hai until it reached his hand. Kong Hai nodded. Okay, wait for me. I'll take off my clothes and give them to you. No need. Boss Luo waved his hand. You've already given me the reward. When? Kong Hai frowned in confusion, and at this moment he even pulled open his collar to look inside his body. I've already given you the reward. Boss Luo smiled. There aren't many things that can make me feel relaxed. Even if it looks funny, it's still a precious thing. Kong Hai shook his head. I still don't understand. It's fine if you don't understand. Boss Luo said casually, I also have a lot of things that I don't understand. After a long time, I'll naturally understand what I need to understand, so there's no need to rush. Okay, Kong Hai nodded and put away the crystal card, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Mr. Kong Hai, please continue your tour. Boss Luo suddenly said, we'll also continue our tour. Let's just separate. Kong Hai didn't force him to stay, and he seemed to agree with this kind of separation. He walked away decisively. He even quickly turned his attention to the sapphire again. Boss Luo didn't withdraw his gaze until Kong Hai walked out of the corridor. At this time, Luoqiu suddenly looked at Miss Maid, joking. Say, if I say that I'll fulfill one wish of anyone who can make me happy, will there be a fight outside? Miss Maid blinked her eyes and also joked. In this case, Master must have owed Miss Pianxian a lot of wishes. Do you think it's worth it? Luoqiu asked faintly. Miss Maid didn't even think about the answer. As long as Master likes it, it's fine. What's wrong with that? The former boss destroyed the subworld just because he was in a bad mood. Luoqiu sighed, looking at the endless darkness outside, shaking his head. I don't know what I'll get in return for doing whatever I want, but maybe I should try more things at each stage so that I won't miss anything. I shouldn't have crossed this stage. Master, what are you going to do? Luoqiu remembered the conversation he had with the former boss in the intertwining time and space, and a clear idea gradually appeared in his mind. So he stroked Yu Ye's face, using the most gentle tone he had ever used in his life. I don't need the identity of the boss. I'll just be myself, and then I'll go to heaven personally to get your body back, like an ordinary hot-blooded man, and I'll be angry, okay? Miss Maid's expression was calm. Her eyes were dark blue, the color of the sea above the deep sea and under the sky. Master, you forgot that handing me over to heaven was originally a deal, and to heaven it wasn't wrong. Boss Luo couldn't help but blink, laughing. How can I be angry? You shouldn't be angry, Miss Maid said softly. What if I really need it? Boss Luo said, Are you going to stop me? Miss Maid shook her head. I'll accompany Master. Then you're saying that it's not wrong? Miss Maid's eyes began to brighten. I want to take back what originally belongs to me, and it's not wrong. So, Master, you don't have to do it. What if I have to do it? Heaven is a guest. The boss shouldn't do it. Miss Maid shook her head. I can also be a guest, and if I don't do it, I'll buy it and do it. Luoqiu said seriously, In the next period of time, I plan to let myself be unscrupulous 3 times, but only 3 times and no more. And I'll find a way to keep the last time. This is the first time you've done this. Why do you choose heaven? Miss Maid asked softly. Because of you. I'm possessive now, so I want to be willful this time. I don't need any reason. Luoqiu raised his head, looking above the deep sea, then the sky, and then the endless space. His gaze penetrated layer by layer and went directly to the place full of gospel. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in heaven. Chapter 1697. The angels at the highest positions were gathered in one place. This was the Archangel Hall, the place where the angels at the highest positions usually discussed. There were many seats in the Archangel Hall, but there was only one seat at the top. That seat belonged to the Archangel, who led the entire angel army in heaven. There were many legends about the Archangel. In the entire system of heaven, the Archangel's status was not lower than that of the Holy Sun. At this moment, in the Archangel Hall, the Archangel, who was covered in silver armor and whose face was hidden, was sitting at the top seat. Below him were Raphael and Gabriel. As for Uriel, he had already arrived. At this moment, the discussion in the Archangel Hall was about Uriel's arrival this time. Uriel's arrival is too reckless. Gabriel was the first to speak. She is in this world. Michael, you shouldn't have kept the search for Metatron a secret from us. The Archangel at the top seat didn't speak. He didn't even seem to care that Gabriel said she existed in subworld number 003. Gabriel frowned again. I know the importance of searching for Metatron, and I'm not dissatisfied with your actions this time. However, we know that subworlds within the single digits are all quite dangerous. This time, if we didn't know that Hamaliel and the other 4 angels were dead, you wouldn't have told us that you had already started the search, right? The archangel said calmly, I'm in charge of the entire angel army, and searching for Metatron is my mission. You and I have different responsibilities. Besides, it's not that I didn't tell you. But I thought that even if I didn't say it, you should be able to guess it. Gabriel, I gave you time. But you didn't come to me, and you didn't tell me anything about subworld number 003. I was investigating the matter of the Transcendence. How would I know that you would come back so quickly? Gabriel frowned. I rushed back as soon as possible. Are you blaming me? She is of great importance. I can only tell you in the Archangel Hall. How can I let my subordinates bring the news back to you? The Archangel shook his head and said calmly, Maybe you think she is special, but in my opinion, she doesn't belong to heaven anymore. There's no need to hide this matter. His father had never intended to hide this matter from him. It's just that you did it on purpose and lied to the entire kingdom of heaven. Gabriel slammed the table and was slightly angry. I can't let another Lucifer appear. Don't all of you know how it felt to become the king of hell? Who was she? If the people of the kingdom of heaven knew how she was cut off by the kingdom of heaven. Michael, are you really not afraid that the entire Wings of Heaven Legion would betray you? That is her army, and they are only loyal to her. You are just temporarily managing them while her is not around. The Archangel said calmly, All of us here are Father's believers, brothers and sisters. There is no distinction between you and me, and there is no such thing as loyalty to anyone. Even if they know the truth, they will still be the wings of freedom of the kingdom of heaven. Their faith will be tested, and then they will be reborn in the fire and become even purer. Gabriel snorted coldly. I don't know whether they will be tested or not. The only thing I know is that they have never listened to your command. Since her was no longer around, Wings of Heaven was nominally under your command, but all of us know that Wings of Heaven has never acted with your Archangel army, and they're not stationed in the kingdom of heaven. They have always stayed in the place of origin of her legend. If Wings of Heaven was in the kingdom of heaven when the Transcendence invaded, how could the kingdom of heaven be destroyed by those arrogant guys? I have already said that her is no longer a disciple of the kingdom of heaven. The Archangel's voice was slightly deep. Gabriel said in a deeper voice, Her holy body is still here in the Petitioner Tower. The Archangel suddenly said, Soon, Wings of Heaven will become even purer. Their faith will be unified once again, and they will truly become the combat power of the kingdom of heaven. Gabriel was stunned, and Raphael, who had been silent at the side, was also stunned. Gabriel couldn't help but frown and say, Michael, what do you mean by this? However, the Archangel said, You're right. We shouldn't allow a second Lucifer to appear. Since both of you joined forces and hid the fact that you gave up on her, you missed the best opportunity to be honest. Then we can only correct the mistake. What do you want to say? The Archangel said slowly, Do you know why I put her holy body in the Petitioner Tower and let soak in the purest faith all the time? Raphael, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly looked over, and his expression changed slightly. Michael, you mean a new holy soul has been born in her holy body? Hearing this, Gabriel's eyes widened instantly. The Archangel said slowly, Soon, I have already put in a few sources of subworlds. The new holy soul might not be as bright as the previous her, but it is not much different. Soon, her will appear in front of Wings of Heaven again. The two seraphs under the throne fell silent at the same time. After a long time, Raphael asked solemnly, Whose idea is this? Yours or mine? The Archangel didn't intend to hide it at all. But Father knows about this, and he didn't stop me. That is enough. That is because her holy body. What if her knows about it? A trace of worry flashed across Gabriel's face. But since it has come to this step, Michael, I only hope that this matter will stay in the Archangel Hall at most. It doesn't matter if her knows. The Archangel said calmly, since her has already belonged to that place. As long as there are enough benefits, her won't do anything no matter what her mood is. Let's end the discussion about her here. Now let's talk about Lucifer. Gabriel, you should have brought back Lucifer, the sinner, instead of giving him such a ridiculous punishment. Gabriel shook his head and said, "The power that sealed Lucifer came from that place. If I take him away, it's hard to say that I won't destroy the operation of that place." "You have become timid." The archangel said indifferently, "That place is just a place used to exchange any items. It has never been a so-called force worth fearing. As long as there are enough resources, it's enough to use that place as our hired thug." "What is it that makes you so afraid of that place? Is it just because the kingdom of heaven was bought from them?" "In the kingdom of heaven, you're probably the only one who doesn't take this matter seriously." Raphael shook his head and revealed a wry smile. "I heard from Gabriel that the owner has changed to someone else. It's not the one we used to know. No matter who the owner is, the rules of that place are the same." The archangel said calmly, "As long as the rules exist, the so-called owner is just a puppet under the absolute benefits. At most, he will give out more souls. What is there to be afraid of?" Gabriel opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He didn't think that Michael was arrogant. On the contrary, Michael's attitude might be correct. With enough benefits, as long as enough benefits were provided, the power of that place could be used at will. However, that power was taboo. If it was used at will, it meant that one had to obtain more resources by devouring other subworlds. If one couldn't restrain this behavior, it might not be a good thing. Michael was confident that he could restrain himself? What's that sound? Raphael suddenly frowned. While Gabriel was deep in thought, the air seemed to tremble slightly. Then, in the Holy Angel Hall, the huge conference table that the seraphs gathered around also trembled slightly as if there was an earthquake. The entire first heaven is experiencing an earthquake. Gabriel stood up abruptly. On the first day of the heavenly kingdom, the place where all the angels lived, the fairyland that looked like a paradise, started to tremble one after another. Rumble. There was day and night in the heavenly kingdom, which had always been blue and clean, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Is it a supreme being? Raphael frowned. Since the last supreme being invaded, her father had strengthened the outer layer of the heavenly kingdom. Even if the supreme beings joined hands to interfere, they couldn't open the door to the heavenly kingdom easily. Without interference, how could the sky change colors and the lightning flash and thunder roar? Rumble. A loud clap of thunder boomed. At this moment, a thick bolt of lightning broke through the layers of clouds in the kingdom of heaven and struck the petitioner's tower with unstoppable force. Boom! The petitioner tower released dazzling light. However, after receiving this lightning bolt, the purest light of faith in the petitioner tower dimmed significantly. In the Holy Angel Hall, the expressions of the seraphs changed slightly. Even the archangel, who was covered in silver armor, clenched his fists and crushed a corner of the table. Rage. Damn it! Is it a supreme being again? This is the most serious provocation to the heavenly kingdom. Instantly, a large number of angels shot up into the sky from the heavenly kingdom. However, in the dark clouds that shrouded the entire heavenly kingdom, lightning bolts flashed everywhere like a pool of lightning. Countless huge lightning dragons swam in the pool of lightning. The momentum was so great that even the angels, who had never felt fear in their hearts, instinctively felt fear at this moment. Their faces all turned deathly pale. However, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. It came suddenly and left strangely. After all, it only struck the petitioner tower once. Only the petitioner tower. The archangel frowned and rushed to the petitioner tower from the Holy Angel Hall. Soon the archangel returned. Raphael and Gabriel walked up at the same time. What happened? The archangel said in a low voice, "The newborn saint's soul disappeared." What? Eden. In the beautiful sea of flowers, a lazy figure slowly got up from the flower bed. A huge snake slithered around her and coiled into a seat, slowly lifting her up. She looked at the withered figure, sitting quietly in the sea of flowers with a smile. "You seem to be called John, right?" His chosen replacement. "Something interesting seems to be happening outside, but it doesn't seem to have alarmed you?" The withered figure slowly opened her eyes. "Before Father left, he asked me to stay in Eden. I can only stay in Eden. If the heavenly kingdom wasn't in a life or death situation, why would I leave?" "You're quite calm." Cleopatra suddenly chuckled and said, "He chose you correctly. If there were more people like you in the heavenly kingdom, it might have improved." The withered figure said indifferently, "I am the best child of Father." Cleopatra said indifferently, "I'm afraid that someone has attacked too many worlds. He doesn't even know that he's inflated." The withered figure was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Ms. Cleopatra, it seems that you know where the malice that's wreaking havoc in the heavenly kingdom comes from." "You treat this as malice?" Cleopatra shook her head slowly. "You may not know what the real malice is, but it's fine, you can treat it as malice." As she said that, under the puzzled gaze of the withered figure, Cleopatra suddenly stretched and yawned. "It seems that I can take a vacation without waiting for the contract to expire. I'm really looking forward to it." The withered figure frowned again. Cleopatra slowly sank into the sea of flowers. At the moment when she was about to disappear, her voice suddenly sounded. "Although I'm not very clear about what the archangel did, I'll give you a very sincere advice since this sea of flowers allows me to sleep comfortably." "Please go ahead." The withered figure, Hardadef's expression was slightly dignified. "Go and apologize. Use the soul of this archangel." The beautiful figure disappeared just like that. The huge snake in the sea of flowers also disappeared. Hardadef couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In the deep sea, in the depths where the sun's light couldn't reach, a huge light shadow was moving forward in the darkness, the sapphire. Suddenly, the speed of sapphire gradually decreased. Finally, it stopped in front of a huge trench. So, the voice of the undersea city emperor sounded in the ears of everyone who traveled this time. "Everyone, we've arrived at the Sonam Trench." Chapter 1698. The hatch at the bottom of the submarine opened, and 6 different types of flying tumblers slowly descended to the bottom of the trench. This thing was obviously for military use, and then it was painted and modified to become the emperor's toy. Everyone's body was now covered with a thin layer of membrane. It could filter the fresh air directly from the sea and resist part of the pressure in the deep sea. Of course, the flying serpent that could walk directly in the sea was essentially different from the flying serpent that the residents of the underwater city usually used. As for the route this time, the emperor had already downloaded it on the control panel of each flying tumblers. They would go around the Sonam Trench and then return here again. Those who wanted to compete in speed could accelerate all the way, and those who just wanted to experience the fun of the flying tumblers could also drive slowly and follow the route back. His Majesty seemed to be treating this trip as an outing. "I have ordered the 3rd Legion to clean up this place." Before departure, Louis XXXIX reminded again, "But it is not absolutely safe. If there is any danger, just send a signal. There are soldiers of the 3rd Legion stationed along the way." This was the first time Riaz had tried this kind of track outside the underwater city. At this time, he was already eager to give it a try. When Louis XXXIX said start, he immediately drove the new Asla and rushed out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the depths of the dark trench. Everyone then set off, and soon there was a sequence. At the front, Riaz sprinted at full speed. His Majesty had a smile on his face and followed closely behind. Kong Hai was still running behind Lyoga, neither fast nor slow, as if he was waiting for someone for the 2 behind him. At this time, Boss Luo was actually still trying to control the flying tumblers under the guidance of Miss Maid. There was not much time to learn this thing, but it was obviously not fun to teach once it was learned. In fact, Miss Maid's original intention was to ride with Boss Luo. She was in the front, and he was in the back, so it was more convenient to teach. Soon, everyone's flying serpent had completely entered the trench. On Sapphire, in front of the screen in the control room, Professor Kim Kailuan could no longer see everyone clearly with his eyes. He could only see the distance between them through an instrument called a radar. However, Professor Kim Kailuan was thinking about something else. When did Undersea City spend so much effort to build such a huge submarine, Sapphire? Before they set off, Konghai had quietly told him that this submarine was built using a combination of magical energy technology and another technology that was different from the one used in the underwater city. This technology was different from the magical energy of the underwater city. It seemed to be a pure mechanical technology, and many parts were cumbersome. If this submarine was built using magical energy technology, it was obvious that the size of the submarine could be reduced by 1/3 and its performance would be improved. The professor did not want to think about why he had to use mechanical technology to delay the problem of magic energy technology. What he was thinking about at this time was why the people of Undersea City on this submarine could operate so skillfully. In such a huge submarine, there were at least thousands of people. It was not as simple as learning from the manual. It required thousands of people to train together to be able to command the submarine as one. However, at this moment, the door of the control room suddenly opened. A person that Professor Kim Kailuan did not expect walked in slowly, accompanied by several heavily armed military police. Kaya! The professor's gaze froze. He could not hide the shock in his heart. Why are you here? Hello, Professor Kim Kailuan. I'm glad to see you here. Madame Kaya was expressionless. She even looked at one of the military police beside her and thought for a moment. So, Professor Kim Kailuan is the person who will be working with me this time? The military police did not respond at this time. However, Professor Kim Kailuan could not help but frown. He quickly walked forward. What's going on? A member of the military police said in a deep voice, according to His Majesty's order, the two of you will be escorting the felon Longang to the Siren tribe. We will also follow to ensure that the handover is completed smoothly. With that, the military police immediately stood at attention and saluted. Longang. Professor Kim Kailuan could not help but widen his eyes. He looked at the calm Kaya before him, but he was unable to remain calm inside. What is this? This is a secret order from His Majesty. The military police officer who spoke handed a palm-sized chip to Kaya. Then let's set off now, sirs. A small exploration ship slowly set off from Sapphire. It did indeed follow a different path, slowly entering the trench. Is Longang really here? Professor Kim Kailuan made his way to Madame Kaya's side and asked softly. Even if Kaya was unable to tell him the truth due to some reason, she could clearly answer a question like this. Unless the so-called handover was a kidnapping in the first place. Longang was not on the exploration ship. This was a special operation against the Siren tribe. However, why would he and Kaya be in charge of something like this? That did not make sense at all. Yes, Madame Kaya nodded. It's in the lower level of the ship. As if she wanted the professor to believe her, Madame Kaya even turned on the screen. To no surprise, it showed the scene of the exploration ship passing through the lower level. The professor saw Longang as soon as possible. Longang was currently trapped in a ball of magic energy, unconscious. What did His Majesty's secret order say? The professor was stern now. The military police said that this is a secret order for you and me. Clearly, I can know about it as well, right? At the same time, Professor Kim Kailuan silently opened his hand before Kaya. There were words written on his hand. If you are constantly being monitored, blink 3 times. Madame Kaya lowered her head, and looked at the words on the professor's hand before looking into his eyes. She said indifferently, "Master Kim Kailuin, I'm not being monitored at all. You can ask me anything you want. You can ask me anything." Apart from the two of them, there were clearly other members of the military police on this level of the ship. Kaya's voice was not loud, but she did not lower it either. Professor Kim Kailuin's expression immediately changed. However, to his disbelief, even though the military police had clearly heard Kaya's words, they still did not do anything. "What did you call me?" Professor Kim Kailuin's heart leapt in fright. Kaya had directly called out his other identity, Master Kim Kailuin. Madame Kaya turned on a small screen that resembled a tablet. She looked at the information on it and said, "The current person in charge of Destiny is one of the 5 people who founded it. After so many years, the original 5 founders have all passed away one after another. Only you are still alive." Professor Kim Kailuin was still rather calm. The reason for his calmness was that the military police on the ship still did not do anything. He looked into Madame Kaya's eyes coldly. He did not avoid her gaze at all. All of a sudden, a terrifying possibility appeared in Professor Kim Kailuin's mind. "Kaya, do you know who you are?" Professor Kim Kailuin asked softly. "Of course I do," Madame Kaya said indifferently. "I am a soldier of the undersea city Kingdom's government. At the same time, I am a spy sent by Undersea City to infiltrate Destiny. Master, have you forgotten about the destruction of Destiny's base a few days ago? You imprisoned me back then, but you didn't find my corpse, did you? Do you know who Long Gang is?" The professor fell silent. After a moment of silence, he asked in a rather low voice. "A criminal of Destiny," Madame Kaya said indifferently. Madame Kaya said indifferently, "A lowly sea demon bastard. We saved him from being enslaved by the sea demon race. But not only did he not show any gratitude, he even secretly sided with the sea demon race in an attempt to overturn the peace of the city. I obviously know about traitors like that. Show me the secret decree." Professor Kim Kailuin said hurriedly. He even extended his hand to take the decree from Kaya's hand. He succeeded easily. Kaya did not try to stop him at all. When the contents of the decree entered his mind, Professor Kim Kailuin's expression changed again. He said with a trembling voice, "Aye, they really did it? Isn't it being installed right now?" Madame Kaya pointed at the screen and said indifferently, "On the screen, a few members of the military police were operating a robotic arm and slowly cutting open Long Gang's abdomen. Then they buried something the size of a fist. Long Gang's body had a strong recovery ability, and the wound quickly began to heal." Professor Kim Kailuin could not help but fall to the ground. He looked at Kaya beside him in horror. I see, this was the only possibility he could think of. Kaya's various abnormalities. She had probably been brainwashed by the kingdom's government, by Emperor Louis XXX Sayax. I can't let such a tragedy happen. Professor Kim Kailuin could not help but roar furiously inside. However, the exploration ship continued to advance. Soon, it slowly entered a cave in the trench. They soon entered a beehive-like world. The professor suddenly sneered. "Since you know who I am and have me escort Long Gang, aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your plan? All I have to do is say something to the siren race, and they'll know what your plan is. This is His Majesty's will." Madame Kaya said indifferently, "Whether you say it or not has nothing to do with me. I only need to carry out this operation according to His Majesty's will. Master, do whatever you want." Professor Kim Kailuin sat weakly in his seat. He felt cold all over. This reminded him of the other founders of Destiny. They had indeed died in the long battle, and only the professor himself had survived. Every one of them had sent out the same final message before they died. Be careful of the Emperor. The professor constantly reminded himself of the terror of the Emperor of the underwater city. Only now did he understand the fear of his companions. Looks like you're a genius who can control Serpent. The Emperor's voice suddenly rang in Riaz's ears. He subconsciously turned his head and found that the Emperor had caught up to him. The Emperor's voice was coming through the communicator. This is a special model for the military. It was only recently developed. Even a well-trained soldier would need at least 3 days to get the hang of it and become proficient in it. Riaz was quite proud of the Emperor's praise. This was basically the mentality of a young man. Your Majesty, let's have a competition to see who can break through the finish line first. Riaz remembered the unfinished race on the World Snake track. He could not help but feel his fighting spirit rising. No rush. Louis XXXIX smiled and said, "Although I'm looking forward to the competition with you, before that, you still need to defeat another opponent." Opponent? Riaz was stunned. He subconsciously looked back. Other than darkness, he did not see anyone at all. Clearly, whether it was the young girl Riku Konghai or the big brother and big sister, they were all left far behind. Riaz was puzzled. But they can't keep up with me now. Your opponent is here. The Emperor suddenly increased the altitude of Serpent and moved out of Riaz's sight. In the end, he disappeared into the darkness. The visibility in the trench was very low. Even with the route map, one had to be careful when traveling. The Emperor's sudden disappearance made Riaz feel uneasy. At this moment, a beam of light shot toward Riaz. Riaz looked at the beam of light and shuddered as if something was driving his body. Riaz forcefully turned the direction of Serpent. The beam of light brushed past him and then shot toward the rock wall on the side of the trench. Suddenly, a turbid and huge stream of water rushed toward Riaz and swept him away. Shocked, Riaz quickly held the new Asla, only to see that a terrifying crater had appeared on the rock wall because of the flash. An attack, or even a sneak attack. A terrifying thought instantly flashed through Riaz's mind. At the same time, a huge shadow slowly appeared in front of Riaz. It soon became dazzling. Looking at this dazzling golden light, Riaz's expression changed slightly. Golden Behemoth. The thing that appeared in front of him was Serpent, Golden Behemoth. Riaz, we meet again. His Majesty told me that as long as I can kill you here, I will be the heir to the throne of Underwater City. Then, let us see who is the stronger one. Krypton Gold. Riaz exclaimed, "It's you." On top of the Golden Behemoth, his former classmate and childhood playmate was looking at him with a sneer. His eyes were slightly glowing red. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later. Around 2 or 3 o'clock. Chapter 1699. One was chasing and the other was escaping. The gold giant beast was equipped with many powerful weapons. Now, it had become a terrifying giant beast, just like its name suggested. The new Asla was extremely weak in front of the gold giant beast. Riaz tried to communicate with Krypton King, but no matter what he said, he only received more powerful attacks. Did Krypton King really want to kill him here? There was no doubt about it. The attacks from the gold giant beast would be enough to crush him and the new Aslan to pieces. Riaz, don't waste your time. You can't escape. I can escape. Riaz didn't even turn his head as he replied to Krypton King. That's what the villains like to say in the magical movies of the prime time, but the protagonists can escape. If I kill you, I'll be the prince of the underwater city. I'll be the protagonist. Krypton King was furious. Riaz, on the other hand, had already confirmed some things. At this moment, Dorothy was obviously in an abnormal state, just like those contestants in the World Snake racetrack. Riaz subconsciously looked up and wanted to see if there was a strange black ball above him like that day. However, in the environment of the trench, he couldn't see anything other than darkness. He took a deep breath. The darkness of the trench seemed to give him an endless amount of pressure. His thoughts were also compressed. Waves of pain began to fill his eyes. The rebellious heart he felt during the all-star flying statue competition was once again ignited. During this period of time in the palace, Riaz didn't forget what happened that day. It was just that his mother's appearance comforted him a lot, and he calmed down a lot. He really wanted to learn something. However, the treatment that the emperor gave him gradually diluted the things that happened that day in the all-star flying statue competition. It was only now that Riaz suddenly woke up. The emperor was still the same emperor. What have I been doing this week? Riaz was shocked, and then his whole body turned cold. He felt as if he had been possessed for the past week, and he had not forgotten what had happened before. Riaz, where are you running to? Die. Dude, I really don't want to use violence against you. Riaz stopped abruptly and even turned the new Asla around to face the charging gold behemoth. Ha ha ha. Riaz, have you finally thought it through? It's good that you've thought it through. Let me use the gold tier behemoth to crush your body. Riaz took a deep breath and rode his new Asla toward the gold giant beast at full speed. They collided. This was a duel that tested the courage of both sides. Only the loser would change direction, and the winner would persevere until the end. You want to shake my gold giant beast with your little flying serpent? It's been reforged by the School of Magic. Riaz, you've lost. A loss is a loss. Bang! The new Asla and the new golden giant beast collided fiercely. At the last moment, neither of them dodged. The moment they collided, the new Asla's head was instantly crushed into a lump. Riaz's body was directly thrown forward. But at this moment, Riaz reached out and grabbed the barrel of the golden giant beast tightly. While he was throwing the golden giant beast, he spun it and used the momentum to directly pounce on Khor Dukim. His fist slammed into Krakow Duojin's cheek. Because of the thin film, Krakow Duojin was not seriously injured, but the impact directly knocked him out of his seat. Khor Dukim, wake up. If you don't wake up, I'll beat you until you wake up. These days he was beaten up by the girl, Ariel. Although he still couldn't catch up with her, Riaz's combat ability had improved a lot. He grabbed Khor Dukim's collar with one hand and clenched his fist. While he was throwing Khor Dukim, he continuously punched Khor Dukim's face. The golden giant beast lost control and directly crashed into the rock wall of the trench together with Asla. Under the huge impact, the golden giant beast was directly embedded into the rock wall, and Riaz and Khor Dukim directly fell into the deeper part of the trench. Up above, Louis XXXIX was riding on his dragon-shaped serpent. He looked down with an expressionless face. At this moment, a figure appeared beside His Majesty the Emperor. The girl, Ariel, had also arrived on her personal serpent. Looking at the abyss of the trench, Ariel shook her head and said, "Friends killing each other, life and death. Still can't activate his blue blood. It seems that he has indeed successfully fused with the blue blood, but it's clearly just a fusion. After all, it's not royal blood, so there's no other way. Louis, don't waste your time on him. Don't you think that even if he didn't use the power of the blue blood, Riaz wouldn't have been beaten passively this time?" Louis XXXIX suddenly smiled and said, "He should have this kind of courage and ruthlessness." Ariel shook her head. "Louis, if this Riaz can successfully fuse with the blue blood, then perhaps he can also fuse with others. During this period of time, I've looked through all the records of Astral 6. Right now, I have a copy of the information on Yosher's transformation of Riaz. What do you want to do?" His Majesty glanced at the girl. Ariel said indifferently, "His mother is a hybrid of a siren. That's very simple. We'll do everything according to this information. Find a siren hybrid woman and mate with a man in the underwater city. Give birth to a descendant, and then fuse with the blue blood. If one doesn't work, we'll do 2. If 2 doesn't work, we'll do 3. With so many test subjects, we'll be able to get 1 or 2 more excellent ones no matter what." However, seeing how His Majesty did not react at all, she could not help but frown. "Why, you're not willing." "How could I be?" His Majesty smiled at this moment. "We'll do as you say. It's just that I don't want to give up on him right now. In any case, It will take some time to implement your plan from now on. Only then will there be new results. As a result, why don't we use this free time to experiment a little more? As long as you agree. The girl nodded and then said, something might have happened to Kaya. After all, it's not within the underwater city. I'll go take a look. Be careful, His Majesty said softly. Ariel immediately left on Serpent. Louis XXXIX looked at the path behind him. There were still traces of Boss Luo and the other two. His Majesty shook his head and said rather helplessly, "What a leisurely person!" At this moment, the black dragon serpent under His Majesty swayed gently a few times before spreading its wings and rapidly falling into the abyss of the trench. The exploration ship finally landed in a place with many pillar-shaped rocks that crisscrossed like a spider web. This was already the depths of the underwater mine. Many traces of mining could be seen. Professor Kim Kai-Luin silently walked off the exploration ship. Or rather, he was pointed at by the military police behind him and walked off the ship. Kai-Yu was indeed the leader of the Dragon's Ridge this time. She could command these military police as she wished. How could she not be able to command them? She had already been brainwashed by the kingdom's government. Her loyalty to His Majesty was probably enough to make her sell her life for him. Dragon's Ridge was also pushed out. When Professor Kim Kai-Luin saw Dragon's Ridge, he was slightly excited. All these years, he had poured a lot of effort into Dragon's Ridge. The two of them were both friends and teacher. Professor Kim Kai-Luin even hoped that Dragon's Ridge could succeed him and become the new leader of Destiny. However, Dragon's Ridge's eyes were lifeless. He was like a walking corpse being pushed by the military police from behind. His previous high-spirited appearance had already disappeared. The professor kept recalling the contents of the secret decree. According to His Majesty's decree, a special virus would be planted in Dragon's Ridge's body. The infection rate of this virus on the Siren clan was almost 100%. After the Siren clan took back Dragon's Ridge, if they brought him back to their nest, it would be a terrifying disaster for the Siren clan. Over the years, the Siren clan had been hiding in the deep sea, constantly looking for opportunities to attack Undersea City. It was not that Undersea City did not have the ability to fight back. After so many years of attacks and invasions, the Siren clan, on the other hand, had long been exhausted and greatly damaged after so many years. There was a branch of the Siren clan that had split off from Heidi City. Until today, most of the bloodlines had disappeared because of fighting. Living in the deep sea, there was no safe harbor like Heidi City. Under the crisis of a declining population, the Siren clan had to carry out alternative reproduction. They even used some suitable creatures in the deep sea as breeding grounds for their offspring. This was also the reason why the Siren clan's appearance was so strange. Back then, the Lemurian bloodline was constantly diluted and mixed with the bloodline of the deep-sea creatures. Professor Kim Kai-Luin could not help but wonder whether there were still pure-blooded Lemurians among the Siren clan today. However, this evolutionary route also had its advantages. For example, the Siren clan could fully adapt to the environment of the deep sea. No matter how harsh the conditions were, they could survive. However, the Siren clan's nest was still a mystery. Even the kingdom's government had not been able to find the Siren clan's nest, the place they called the Holy Land. Long Gang was a child from the Siren clan's Holy Land. The Siren clan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate a hybrid in order to infiltrate Undersea City. The professor could vaguely guess that Long Gang had a special identity among the Siren clan, but he did not know what Long Gang's identity was. However, since the Emperor's secret edict said that Long Gang was very likely to be taken back to the Siren clan's Holy Land, Professor, have you thought it through? Madame Kaya's voice suddenly rang in Professor Kim Kai-Luin's ears. Thought about what? The professor was shocked, but he did not show it. Madame Kaya said calmly, "When you meet the Siren clan later, do you plan to complete this mission or tell them about His Majesty's plan in front of the Siren clan's emissary?" Of course, it's to complete the Emperor's plan. Professor Kim Kailuin said expressionlessly, "No matter how many secrets the kingdom knows about me, you're wrong about one thing." "What is it?" Kaya turned around. The professor said calmly, "Destiny has indeed always been working to overthrow the Emperor's rule in Undersea City. However, our goal is only to free ourselves from the Emperor's rule, not to destroy Undersea City. In essence, I am still a citizen of Undersea City. The Siren clan is Undersea City's greatest enemy, and they always want to destroy Undersea City. I can still tell the difference between right and wrong." "Is that so?" Madame Kaya smiled. "I hope it's really as you say, Professor." Professor Kim Kailuin shook his head and said softly, "I hope you can also tell the difference between right and wrong one day." Madame Kaya said calmly, "I've always been very clear." At this moment, a member of the military police rushed back. "Madame Kaya, we've discovered a group of Siren ahead. They should be here to take Long Gang's team back." Madame Kaya asked directly, "What kind of Siren are they?" The member quickly said, "There are 3 giant shark Siren warriors and a group of nightmare Siren. There are about 30 of them. Apart from that, there's also a Siren being protected. It seems to be the Siren clan's royal family." "Royal family?" Madame Kaya looked back and looked at Long Gang, who had completely collapsed from the mental torture. She sneered, "I'm rather curious about this guy's true identity now. He actually has the Siren clan's royal family personally come to take him back." "Madame Kaya, the Siren clan has clearly come prepared this time," the member of the military police said worriedly. "However, with our current manpower and equipment, I'm afraid—" "What are you afraid of?" Madame Kaya said sternly, "The Third Army is right outside. Once something happens here, the Siren clan won't be able to escape. As for us, what do we have to fear for Undersea City?" The military police all stood at attention with their spears raised, cheering loudly for Undersea City. Professor Kim Kailuin sighed at this moment. "Right, the Third Army is currently scattered across the entire trench. The Siren clan won't be able to escape at all, which is why the Emperor doesn't care if he changes sides or not. If he changes sides, he won't be able to escape either. Let's go. Let's go meet these worms of the deep sea," Madame Kaya ordered, and everyone continued forward with Long Gang. The distance between the two parties was marked on the control panel of Flying Serpent. Riaz seems to have stopped moving. Miss Maid drove Flying Serpent to Boss Luo's side and said softly. Boss Luo looked at the distance between the two parties. It was very far. As expected, he couldn't compare to an experienced driver. He was a newbie. However, at the same time, Kong Hai also stopped. Boss Luo quickly drove Flying Serpent to Kong Hai's side. "Mr. Kong Hai, is there anything I can help you with?" Luocho asked curiously. Kong Hai was silent at first. After a while, he looked in a certain direction and thought for a while. "I think I've been here before." "Is that so?" Boss Luo said then. "Here." Kong Hai pointed at a certain spot in the darkness. "There's something there. It seems to be calling me." Then he directly headed in that direction, activated Flying Serpent, and dived down. Boss Luo looked at Miss Maid and smiled. "It seems that His Majesty has arranged a lot of activities for this excursion. I really want to go to either side. What should I do when I'm greedy?" 2 shadows overflowed from Luocho's back and floated in different directions. Boss Luo 2, Boss Luo 3 all went together. Hashtag PS Sad Face 38 80 seconds. Chapter 1700. Different from the other Sea Demon clan, the royal family of the Sea Demon clan looked closer to the people of Underwater City. The royal family had a thick layer of cuticle on their skin. Even their faces were the same. They looked extremely rough. The royal family looked more like the statue of the ancestor of the Sea Demon clan that stood at the entrance of Underwater City. This seemed to be the result of purposely maintaining the purity of their bloodline. This time, The one who came to take over Longang was the 20th prince of the Sea Demon King. Although he was called the 20th prince, his status was only slightly higher than some elite sea demon warriors. This 20th prince was probably at the edge of the royal power of the Sea Demon Royal Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here and carried out this dangerous mission. With the grudge between Underwater City and the Sea Demon clan, the entire Sea Demon clan probably wouldn't believe that this kind of mission wasn't dangerous. Prince Botcha's face didn't look good on the way here. He was recommended by his brothers to carry out this mission. Otherwise, he would still be in his own territory. He had already left that place. He only wanted to manage his territory well and let the people in the tribe live a peaceful life. Every time the Sea Demon clan launched a large-scale attack on Underwater City, they would definitely draw troops from various territories. However, over the years, the number of soldiers contributed by the 20th Prince's territory had never reached the average number. This seemed to be the reason why he was hated by the other princes. What should they do if the soldiers contributed by the 20th Prince weren't enough? The Sea Demon Royal Court, which was anxious to go to war, naturally increased the number of soldiers from the territories of the other princes or lords. Although this was the real reason, the 20th Prince Botcha really couldn't explain it. His territory was in fact the closest to Somna Trench. It was more or less in front of his own home. Because of this, the royal court's attitude was that if they didn't send him, who else could they send? Your Highness, there's movement in front. It should be the people of Underwater City. The voice of his subordinate came. The 20th Prince also recovered from his daze and lazily ordered, "Send a nightmare sea demon to contact the people of Underwater City first. If there's no problem, bring him here for the handover. I really don't want to go any further. I'll just wait here." His Highness had always been very lazy. This was a well-known fact. However, this time, the soldiers that were dispatched were all from the 20th Prince's territory. The sea demons were absolutely loyal to their lord, so they did not say anything. Soon, a nightmare sea demon took the lead. The rest of the sea demon warriors quickly cleared out a place for the 20th Prince to rest. Several giant shark sea demons quickly dug out a cave and covered it with a kind of deep-sea algae. Inside the cave, Prince Basha was squatting with his hands tucked into his sleeves. His clothes were different from those of the Siren clan, which were mostly made of fish skin. It was obviously made of some kind of woven fabric. It wrapped the whole body, and the sleeves were unusually wide. Prince Basha once picked up a scroll of animal skin when he was taking a stroll at the bottom of the sea. It seemed to come from the ground. Prince Basha immediately felt that it looked good, so he spent a long time asking the people in his territory to work together to make one. The 20th Prince always wore it. When it was torn, he would sew it up. When it was torn, he would sew it up. When it was torn, he would sew it up again. At this time, Prince Basha threw out something from his sleeve. It was a metal box that was only the size of a palm. This was the thing that was urgently sent from the Sea Demon Royal Court this time. It was used to exchange for Longang, whose identity had been exposed and was captured by the Underwater City's government. Prince Basha did not know what was inside the metal box. He had carefully studied the metal box, but he could not find a way to open it. This metal box seemed to be a hole, and there was no gap to be found. However, there was definitely something inside, because the prince shook it when he held it. What is this thing? What is Longang's real identity? Prince Basha murmured, "If only there was a bed here." He found that he had been away from the palace for too long. Now he was somewhat out of touch. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here. He was suspected of being used as cannon fodder. Prince Basha began to think. Prince Basha's thinking had reached the climax. Prince Basha let out a sound of snoring. Your Highness, the people from the Underwater City are here. Your Highness." The voice of the giant shark, sea monster, suddenly came. The bubble that the 20th Prince blew out of his nose suddenly burst. The prince opened his eyes and found that he was still squatting in the cave that was covered in algae. He couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly stood up, tidied up the patched robe on his body, and then hurriedly walked out. "Oh, have we arrived? Come, all of you get into formation. We came in small numbers this time, but we can't let the people from the underwater city know that I don't have many subordinates. Keep your eyes open." Prince Bashah's voice froze there. Not far ahead, a group of people from the underwater city, who were not much more than this group, were stunned. They all looked at the sea monster prince, strangely. Cough, cough. Prince Bashah coughed twice. Then, without anyone telling him, he flung his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. He strode forward with his head held high. "You are the diplomatic group this time?" Madame Caille turned her head and sized up this sea monster prince. Then she did not say anything. She only waved her hand. Immediately, 2 soldiers from the underwater city carried Long Gang and walked forward from the back of the group. "He's Long Gang?" Prince Bashah frowned. Madame Caille said indifferently, "Don't you know whether he's Long Gang or not?" Prince Bashah shook his head. I've never seen him before. I've never even heard of him before. How would I know if you guys from the underwater city just found someone to pretend to be me? You have to prove to me that this is Long Gang. Otherwise, I won't go through with this transfer." As Professor Kim Kailuan listened, he suddenly realized that the sea monster royal court might have sent an idiot this time. He suddenly felt that something was off. Logically speaking, if the sea monster royal court valued Long Gang, they should have sent a more reliable envoy. "How do you want us to prove it?" Madame Caille frowned. Prince Bashah thought for a moment. Then he stared at Long Gang, who had his head lowered and walked over. The soldiers of the underwater city raised their magic energy guns and cannons and aimed them at Prince Bashah. However, Prince Bashah waved his hand and said unhappily, "What's there to be nervous about? I'm just looking. Can I just look? Look, I've already walked over alone. What are you afraid of? How cowardly." Madame Caille waved her hand, and the soldiers lowered their weapons. Prince Bashah crouched on the ground and raised his head to look at Long Gang's lowered head. He stared for a long time. Madame Caille was rather impatient. She said in a low voice, "Are you done looking?" "No." Madame Caille looked at the sea monster royal court coldly and continued, "Apart from this guy, is there anyone else among you who can make the decision?" A group of sea monster royal court warriors were lazily shaking their heads and yawning. At the very back, there were even 2 who were curled up on the ground, snoring loudly. "Forget it. Let's leave it at that." Prince Bashah stood up and took out the golden box from his sleeve. "This is what you want, right? All right, give this guy back to me, and our deal is done." Madame Caille did not take it immediately. She did not understand what Prince Bashah was trying to do. His Highness threw the metal box to the ground. "You want me to prove that this box is real? I can't prove it. Besides, you can't prove that this thing is Long Gang, right?" Madame Caille gave a signal with her eyes, and a sea monster royal court warrior carefully picked up the metal box. She waited for a while, but nothing happened. Madame Caille thought for a moment and gave the order to release Long Gang. Thus a sea monster royal court warrior walked over and lifted the muddle-headed Long Gang, carrying him on his back. "Emma, we got him. Time to go back." Prince Bashah nodded with satisfaction. Then he jumped onto the sea monster royal court warrior who was carrying Long Gang on his back. The prince sat on the sea monster royal court warrior's other shoulder, looking like he was about to leave. Professor Kim Kailuan looked at the deal in disbelief. It was so childish that he did not even know where to start complaining. The tense atmosphere gradually faded away the moment the ocean royalty crawled out of the cave. "Wait," Professor Kim Kailuan suddenly said. The sea monster royal court warrior who had already turned around subconsciously stopped and turned around. Prince Bashah, who was sitting on his shoulder, asked in confusion, "What? Is there something else?" What do you plan to do with Long Gang after you go back? Professor Kim Kailuan asked in a deep voice. How would I know? Prince Ba Sha replied lazily. My mission is to send Long Gang back. As for what happens to him after I send him back, what does that have to do with me? Old man, you seem to be very concerned about whether he lives or dies. Professor Kim Kailuan was silent. Beside him, Madame Kaiya's eyes flashed with a cold light from time to time. That's all. If that's all, I'm leaving. Prince Ba Sha shook his head and patted the sea monster royal court warrior's head. Then the sea monster royal court warrior really left. Professor Kim Kailuan only came back to his senses when he saw the sea monster royal court warrior leave. He looked at Madame Kaiya in disbelief. That's it? Madame Kaiya held the metal box in her hand and muttered, It seems so. It was quite smooth, but this thing doesn't feel fake. Professor Kim Kailuan frowned. Didn't the Emperor tell you what was going to be returned to Long Gang? Madame Kaiya said indifferently. His Majesty didn't say anything. His Majesty only ordered us to return Long Gang to the sea monster royal court warrior. He didn't say anything? Professor Kim Kailuan fell into deep thought. His intuition told him that Louis XXXX was not so simple. However, at this moment, some tremors indeed came from the bottom of his feet. Then a stalagmite fell from above and almost hit Professor Kim Kailuan. The professor was shocked. He saw that the surroundings were trembling, and the stone pillars that took tens of thousands of years to form began to fall. Oh no, this place is going to collapse, Professor Kim Kailuan yelled. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard chaotic footsteps coming from the front. Everyone looked over and saw that the Sea Demon Royal was actually returning with a group of sea demons at this time. Madame Kaiya waved her hand, and a group of heavily armed warriors from the underwater city immediately raised their weapons and aimed, waiting for the order to fire. Run! Run! The royal family of the Siren tribe stood on the shoulder of giant shark Kwai and waved his hand while yelling, Run! There's a demon! Quick! A demon? Everyone from the underwater city was stunned. There really seemed to be a pair of enormous eyes behind the sea monster royal court. It was an enormous head, and it was smashing through the path behind the sea monster royal court. When the so-called demon beast opened its huge mouth, it was wide enough to swallow the entire sea demon tribe's envoys whole. At this moment, four thick and long tentacles suddenly shot out from the ground, directly sweeping up four nightmare sea monsters and sending them into the demon's mouth, directly swallowing them. The fiendish demon's breath was like a ring, and its 3 layers of sharp teeth were like a grinder. In an instant, the bodies of the nightmare sea demons were shredded into pieces. The scene was very comfortable. Madame Kaiya, a member of the military police, looked at Kaiya with cold sweat, waiting for the order to fire. Madame Kaiya sucked in a deep breath and suddenly turned around. She yelled, Let's go! The enormous creature that had appeared in the abandoned mine was clearly not something they could take down with equipment they had on hand. They could only run for their lives. Boss Luo and the servant girl discovered the serpent that Kong Hai had left behind in a huge crack in the wall. Kong Hai was not there. Clearly, he had entered the huge crack. He had said that something was calling him, so he had followed the call deeper in. After some thought, Boss Luo placed the serpent there as well. The servant girl waved her hand, and a gentle yellow light lit up in the dark crack ahead. The crack was like a long corridor. Boss Luo walked through it and saw a large number of skeletons buried in the walls on both sides. The skeletons were all different. They did not seem to belong to the same creature, but they were all extremely large, like some kind of huge beast. Chapter 1701. Luochio had seen similar skeletons of these giant beasts before. At that time, Su Zijuan led the way in order to take away the evil soul sealed in an evil spirit in the Shenyuan Palace. Since a long time ago, the Shenyuan Palace guarded the land of Kelowna. While keeping the internal peace, it also fought against the external dangers. Most of the external dangers came from the demons in the sea. Can you tell how these deep-sea giant beasts died? Boss Luo asked at this time. Miss Maid began to check the structure of the rock wall and some exposed giant beast skeletons. Miss Maid said, "There are many possibilities of formation, but there is no way to determine the cause of death of these giant beasts. But this crack seems to be formed in an instant. Tell me about it." Luocio thought for a while and said, Miss Maid said, "It seems to be the release of some kind of power that broke the seabed in an instant and formed this crack. Master, look, the incisions in these places are flat. And the deeper you go, the narrower the gap." Boss Luo nodded and reached out to touch the nearest giant beast skeleton, but found nothing. The souls of these giant beasts had already dissipated, leaving nothing behind. These skeletons were at most fossils of a larger body. But the deeper they went, the more dense the giant beast skeletons on the rock wall. Later, the entire rock wall had actually become a pile of giant beast skeletons. Maybe something attracted them, and then killed them all at once. Miss Maid made a new inference at this time. But no matter what the reason was, Luocio had already seen Kong Hai at the end of this cracked passage. Kong Hai stood alone in front of a huge stone door with relief carvings at the end of the corridor. The two stone doors with relief carvings were at least 100 meters tall. Most of the reliefs above the door were in the shape of giant beasts, and they were also quite dense. I heard that this trench was originally a mine in the undersea city. So this huge stone door was also built by the workers who opened the mine at that time? Boss Luo came in front of Kong Hai and asked curiously. "I don't know." Kong Hai shook his head at this time and moved again. He walked in front of the huge stone relief door and whispered. "I seem to have walked out from inside." "Seem?" Kong Hai thought for a while and said, "I don't have the memory of the past. At the beginning of my memory, I had already met Professor Kim Kailuan. After those days, I was walking aimlessly in the dark. I didn't know where I came from or where I was going. The professor met me at that time. Then he took me in, and I stayed with him. That's my story. But you remember it now." Boss Luo thought for a while. Kong Hai said, "Only after coming here did some fragments appear in my mind. I vaguely remember that I've seen this carved stone door before." As he spoke, Kong Hai placed his hand on the relief stone door. However, the relief stone door did not change at all due to Kong Hai's touch. It just stood there motionless. Kong Hai frowned, then waved his hand to wipe away the mud and deep-sea microorganisms on the stone relief door. Many subtle patterns gradually became clear because of Kong Hai's cleaning. Luocio saw some patterns on the door. His heart moved as if he remembered something. While pondering, he waved his hand and wiped it away. The mud and dirt on the 100-meter-tall stone door with relief sculptures began to peel off. The stone door finally returned to its original appearance. Kong Hai looked at Luocio's method in surprise, but he was more concerned about the stone door after it returned to its original appearance. At this time, Kong Hai looked up and saw a strange ring mark in the middle of the huge stone relief door. He bounced his legs slightly, and with the help of the buoyancy, his body easily climbed to the middle of the stone door. I have never seen such a symbol before. He had seen the appearance of the huge ring mark on the stone door clearly. This seems to be a mark that doesn't belong to the underwater city. But Luocio had seen this ring mark in the Penglai treasure house. To be exact, he had seen it in the courtyard in the spiritual world left by the frozen Penglai immortal Cicero in the Penglai treasure house. The Penglai treasure house was a place created to imitate a shop, but the foundation of its ability to respond to wishes came from the all-elements that could construct everything, not the power of an altar. At this time, if one looked carefully, one could find that there were 2 palm-sized dents on this huge mark. The 3 people noticed the existence of this dent at the same time. Kong Hai thought for a while and said, "It seems that to open this stone door we need some kind of key, and there are 2 of them. From the looks of it, it looks like 2 square things." Miss Maid looked at it twice. Before that, she had also reached out and pressed on the door. And something that surprised Miss Maid happened. That was, with her current strength, she couldn't open this stone door. Of course, this was purely an attempt at pushing. As for attacking or destroying, she didn't have time to try, so the result was unknown. It seems that in the current situation, we can't open it for the time being. Kong Hai shook his head. Boss Luo suddenly smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe as long as we wait here for a while, there will be a turn for the better." Kong Hai looked at Luocho in confusion, thought for a while, and said, "Did you find something?" Boss Luo said casually, "If you are interested in the things behind the stone door, you can also wait here." "Okay." Kong Hai nodded decisively. Boss Luo once again looked at the mark on the door. His memory was not wrong. This mark did come from the courtyard in Cicero's spiritual world. He said that the courtyard was a place he built in the past, a place that belonged to a world that had been destroyed. This mark seemed to be the mark of Cicero as a noble of the Eternal Empire. It was a symbol of his identity. This stone door was probably Cicero's legacy. In Kong Hai's memories, he had walked out from this stone door. Did that mean that Kong Hai had some information about the everlasting empire? Boss Luo narrowed his eyes. In his black and white vision, he instantly saw Kong Hai's soul clearly, except that it was a little brighter. There was nothing special for the time being. "Master, I haven't seen these giant beasts before," Miss Maid suddenly said. "Can I collect some of them as specimens and study them carefully after I go back?" "Do as you please," Boss Luo directly agreed. Kong Hai seemed to be very interested in excavating the bones of these giant beasts. At this time he also asked to join, to which Miss Maid didn't object. Luocho continued to look at the mark on the door, thinking about something. Actually, there was still a way. Information about the altar. However, Luocho didn't intend to get information about the Eternal Empire from the altar. He didn't know why. This should be a subconscious action that made him avoid this direction. It was just like how a person's vision could actually see their own nose, but they had always ignored the part where they could see their own nose. It was completely a subconscious behavior. Luocho slowly closed his eyes. If he could only wait here, then he would temporarily focus on the other two selves. Strictly speaking, they weren't clones, but the projection of his mind. Krakow Dorkin felt a constant pressure on his chest. At the same time, his mouth was blocked from time to time, and then a large amount of air was injected into his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes and met another pair of eyes in an instant. The touch on his lips made Krakow Duogene instantly understand what he was going through. He pushed Riaz away, then reached out his hand to cover his mouth, a gush of hot air rising. His ears couldn't help but redden. You, what are you doing?" Krakow Dorkin's voice slightly changed, trembling. "Riaz, listen. I've always treated you as a classmate, at most half a friend. You're a tool. Do you know what a tool is? I don't want to develop any strange relationship." "Oh, you're back to normal." Riaz was overjoyed. "It seems that beating you up really worked." "Beating me up?" Krakow Dorkin frowned, then looked around. His expression slightly changed. "Where is this place? Why am I here?" It was dark all around, like a cave, and beside it was an empty pool. On the walls of the cave, there were oars emitting a little bit of blue light. "Don't you remember?" Krakow Dorkin thought for a while. Remember what?" "I remember, after the competition, I went to the Imperial Palace to find His Majesty. Then, Krakow Dorkin suddenly looked at Riaz, saying in surprise, "I don't remember what happened after that." Just like the residents of the underwater city after the competition that day, Riaz murmured, thinking that this was probably the Emperor's arrangement. He didn't know the purpose of Louis Exix's arrangement, but because of Krakow Dorkin, he had a lot more resistance to the Emperor. "This is the Somna Trench," Riaz said slowly. "I came out this time to practice the Flying Serpent with Louis XXXX. As for why you're here, I don't know. But you attacked me as soon as you appeared, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Emperor, I attacked you? Krakow Dorkin was confused, looking at Riaz with question marks all over his face. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If this is the Somna Trench, how can we breathe? Riaz said, this is a hollow area among the rocks in the trench. Do you see this pool? It's the trench outside. This place should have had air before, probably before the sunken Sierra. Krakow Dorkin shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. He sighed and said, I'm still confused, but let's not think too much. Let's leave this damn place first. Krakow Dorkin was about to jump into the pool to leave, but Riaz quickly stopped him. Wait, the energy of the shield has been used up long ago, Riaz quickly said. With the resistance of the flying serpent, you'll be crushed into meat paste if you go out. Then what should we do? I released a distress signal. Riaz thought for a while and said, now we can only wait for help, but I don't know how long it will take. But this place seems to be much bigger than we thought. Maybe we can look around. There is air here, and the humidity is enough. Maybe we can find food. Anyway, we are in trouble now. We must quickly replenish our strength. Krakow Dorkin subconsciously looked at Riaz and frowned. Riaz, you seem to be more reliable than before. You used to be impatient, but now you are quite calm, like an adult. Aha, Riaz responded as if nothing had happened, but he still had the proud look of a young man. You really don't know how I came to this place? Krakow Dorkin immediately asked. Wait, why did His Majesty invite you here for the flying serpent training? I don't believe it. Unexpectedly, Riaz suddenly rushed in front of Krakow Dorkin, pressed him against the wall, and covered his mouth. You, what do you want to do? Krakow Dorkin was shocked, and his voice came out from Riaz's hand. He trembled. I'm not that kind of person. Same sex. Same sex is illegal. Did you forget? Shh, don't be noisy. Riaz whispered. There seems to be some sound. Sound. Krakow Dorkin was startled and said, subconsciously, there is no sound. No, there seems to be some sound. Both of them held their breath at the same time. It seems to be singing? Krakow Dorkin asked tentatively, is it singing? Riaz nodded, then looked in the direction of the sound. It was definitely some kind of melody, but Riaz had never heard of it before. Gentle, sad, and beautiful. The sadness contained in the song seeped into Riaz's heart little by little, and he could not help but walk toward the place where the song came from. Krakow Dorkin seemed to be possessed at this time. As the song gradually became clearer, he followed Riaz and slowly walked into the depths of this huge cave with air. As the two of them entered, the song became clearer. After a while, Riaz and Krakow Dorkin came to an open space. The humidity was higher, and because of the large number of luminous crystals, this place became very bright. The singing voice came from the edge of the other pool. The two of them only saw a beautiful figure sitting at the edge of the pool with long hair. She seemed to be naked. Chapter 1702. It was a voice that could mesmerize people. In Riaz's short life, he had never heard such a beautiful voice before. It was as if it was soothing his soul all the time, causing him to gradually lose himself in a happy mood. Riaz believed that Krypton King beside him thought so too. As they got closer, the perfect back was right in front of Riaz and Krypton King within reach. Krypton King even subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to touch the beautiful back. There was a primitive impulse hidden in his body. At this time, Krypton King's breathing gradually quickened, but his eyes were full of obsession. Riaz suddenly shuddered and woke up. He even instinctively felt danger, so he waved his hand and slapped away Krypton King's outstretched arm with a lot of force. Krypton King cried out in pain. He held his arm and looked at Riaz rather angrily, but his infatuated eyes gradually became clear. At this moment, the mysterious woman sitting at the edge of the pool suddenly jumped into the pool. Only now did Riaz notice that the lower part of this beautiful woman's body was actually a fishtail. Sea monster tribe. Krypton King could not help but exclaim. Riaz also became nervous at this time. He remembered the words of the Emperor. Logically speaking, this place should have been cleared by the Third Army of Underwater City. How could there still be a sea monster? Riaz took a deep breath and instantly took out a refined magic energy gun from his boots. During this time, other than the daily beating, the girl Ryuj had indeed taught Riaz a lot of things, especially the use of weapons. For example, this magic energy gun named Fire Kirin was given to him by the girl Ryuj. At this time, Fire Kirin pointed at the female sea monster in the pool. Riaz was even more vigilant and asked, "Who are you? Why did you deliberately lure us here?" As he said that, Riaz directly fired a shot. The magic energy bullet did not directly hit the sea monster, who looked like a half-merman, but it still hit the pool, creating a water column that soared into the sky. The rippling water made the female sea monster's body shake. Her face suddenly turned pale as if she was frightened. I didn't. Really, I didn't. Don't kill me," the female sea demon hurriedly said. Her voice actually carried traces of sobbing. But Krypton duo Gene didn't believe it. He snorted coldly and said with slight anger, "Your sea monster clan has always wanted to capture our undersea city. Every year, who knows how many people from Underwater City are captured by you? How can we believe your words?" I'm not from the Sea Demon clan," the half-mermaid said slowly. "I'm really not. I'm just too hungry. I have no choice. I just want to eat something. I don't want to hurt you." "Nonsense. You look like this. How can you not be from the Sea Monster clan?" Court Duo Jean shook his head. "Really? I am not. I am a siren," she said eagerly. Sisters. 3 of them, fleeing for their lives. Here, we are separated. We don't know the way. Siren? Krypton Duo Jean and Riaz looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of what a siren was. Moreover, in their knowledge, this half-mermaid was clearly from the Sea Monster clan. "Be careful. This sea monster may still want to confuse us," Krypton Duo Jean whispered in Riaz's ear. "I heard from my father that there is a kind of sea monster called mermen. They are half-mermaids. Their favorite thing is to capture adult males and then bring them to small caves to give birth to offspring." Give birth to offspring. Riaz was shocked. They were still young, and the early education in Undersea City was very pure. They only knew that giving birth to offspring was a major taboo before adulthood. Just hearing about it would make people blush. "We can't let her capture us to her small cave to give birth to offspring," Krypton Duo Jean said nervously. Riaz took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the Fire Kirin. "Then, how should we deal with this sea monster? Siren?" Krypton Duo Jean was at a loss. He subconsciously opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Whether it was him or Riaz, both of them had never encountered such a situation before. Riaz had never been in a situation where he had the life and death of a sea monster clan in his hands. Moreover, the siren looked so scared. In short, he was actually panicking. Krypton Duo Jean was also panicking. "Maybe we should bring her back and hand her over to the kingdom's government?" Krypton Duo Jean gritted his teeth and suggested, "Maybe we can get a good citizen award." "We can't take care of ourselves now." Riaz couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know if it was because the siren's charm on them had not dissipated, but when Riaz looked into her eyes, he had a feeling that he wanted to let her go. He had never encountered such a gaze before. Helpless, pitiful. It made him want to do something from the bottom of his heart. Riaz couldn't tell why. He only felt that his heart was filled with panic. "Why don't we let her go?" Riaz muttered to himself. Krypton Duo Jean looked like he was about to explode. He grabbed Riaz's clothes and hurriedly said, "Riaz, you can't be charmed just because she's beautiful. Look at me, look into my eyes. Wake up. She's a sea monster. She'll definitely hurt you. Only I will be good to you." Because she's beautiful? Not necessarily. Riaz didn't agree. This siren did look beautiful. But from his point of view, this siren was obviously not as beautiful as that big sister. Even that violent girl, Lyoga, was not as beautiful as her. Then let's take her back. Riaz thought about it. From a rational point of view, Krypton Duogene was not a bad idea. Handing her over to the underwater city's kingdom's government was indeed the best way for a resident of Underwater City. Thus, Krypton Duogene mustered up his courage and walked to the edge of the pool. He loudly said to the siren in the pool, "Can you come up now? We won't harm you, but you have to listen to us. Understand?" The siren hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she slowly nodded. "Okay, come up here now." Krypton Duogene quickly said, "Slow down." The siren had to slowly swim to the edge of the pool and finally came to the feet of the two. She looked more panicked. Looking at Riaz with a weapon in his hand, she felt more fearful. Among the three sisters, she was the youngest and hadn't really reached adulthood. She was very weak. Her weapon was only her charming voice. But this young man with a gun was not affected by her voice. "Now climb up," Krypton Duogene continued to command. Hearing this, the siren had to press her hands on the edge of the pool and climb out of the pool bit by bit. Gradually, Riaz saw the lower half of the siren's body clearly. It was indeed like a fish. The fin at the tail was even larger. However, when the siren completely climbed up, a soft blue light flashed, and her tail miraculously turned into a pair of slender legs. She put her legs on the ground and relied on her hands to support her upper body. Her thick, long hair covered most of her body. Krypton Duogene looked at her with a heavy breath and felt his heart palpitating. He secretly thought that this siren was very powerful. This must be a mermaid siren. According to his father, she liked to capture men and bring them back to the small cave to give birth. He didn't even dare to look at her eyes. "Are you injured?" Riaz frowned at this moment. There was a trace of red on the inside of the siren's calf. Blood slowly flowed out. The wound split open again. Little siren nodded. "Injured before, Krypton Duogene. She may not be a siren," Riaz suddenly said at this moment. "What?" Krypton Duogene was stunned. "Her blood is red. Siren's blood is green. Didn't I learn it when I first learned it?" As Riaz spoke, he opened the zipper of the flying tumbler, protective suit, took off the jacket, and then put it on the little siren. After that, he took off the backpack on his body. This thing was taken out from Asla. Basically, a regular flying tumbler would have this kind of thing. It was a first aid kit to allow the pilot to heal in time after being injured in the wild. What do you want to do? You want to heal this siren?" Krypton Duogene slapped his forehead, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "Did you hit your head? Or did you get charmed by this siren's beauty?" "Shut up." Riaz turned around and glared at Krypton Duogene. Krypton Duogene was stunned by this glare. The words that he wanted to spit out were stuck in his throat. He felt wronged, but he was also faintly shocked by Riaz's glare at this moment. Stern, unquestionable, fierce. She means no harm. Riaz lowered his head while holding the little siren's calf and began to treat the wound. "I can feel that she is very scared now. She is overwhelmed and frightened. What she needs is our help. Krypton Duogene." Krypton Duogene swallowed his saliva and looked at the little siren's eyes again unwillingly. Then he looked away in a panic and muttered, "You obviously think she is beautiful. Come here. Help me." Riaz snorted coldly. Krypton Duogene walked over reluctantly. Riaz sighed secretly. He didn't know why, but he seemed to get along with Krypton Duogene since he was young. Whenever he talked to Krypton Duogene always liked to oppose him. Only when he was angry, Krypton Duogene would become obedient. With the help of Krypton Duogene, it was much easier to treat the wound. This guy's hands and feet were quite delicate. Your wound doesn't look deep. It should be fine soon. I will disinfect you now. If it hurts, you can tell me. I will try to be gentle. Riaz looked at the little siren's eyes, then remembered the knowledge he learned in the nursing class, and suddenly asked, "My name is Riaz. What is your name?" "Helen." "Ah." While talking, Riaz poured the disinfectant directly on the little siren's calf. At this time, Riaz's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He immediately applied the hemostatic patch on the wound. Riaz looked at Helen's eyes at this time, but his palms were still on the hemostatic patch on her wound. The temperature of his palms slowly soothed the pain of the wound. He smiled again, loosened his palms a little, and then gently stroked. "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. The pain has flown away. Well, I don't know if it works. When I was young, my mother always comforted me like this when I was injured and bandaged." Thank you." Helen looked at the young man's eyes with shining eyes. The heat from his palms was something she had never felt before in the cold sea. It was as if it could melt her body and drain all the energy from her body. She even had the impulse to fall into the young man's arms and tell him about the helplessness and hesitation these days. But she tried hard to restrain herself. This was something her sisters had warned her about. Helen quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Riaz's eyes. Well, it should be fine now. Riaz clapped his hands and stood up. He glanced at Credo Gold, thought for a while, and threw the first aid kit to Credo Gold's hand. Then he squatted down with his back facing Helen. "Come, it should be inconvenient for you to walk. Let me carry you." Credo Gold's eyes widened, thinking, "You bastard, you didn't even carry me before." After a moment of hesitation, Helen silently climbed onto Riaz's back. The soft sensation coming from his back gave Riaz a rather strange feeling, and his heart seemed to have sped up a bit, but it was quite comfortable. As for the smoothness of his palms when he hugged Helen's legs, he enjoyed it very much. "Helen, you have sisters, right?" Riaz had to divert his attention. "How did you come here? How did you get separated?" "We escaped. Used to live by the sea." Helen said slowly, "We swam here and met many creatures that could talk. They called themselves the Siren Clan. They wanted to catch us. My sisters and I kept running, and we escaped to this place. Later on, we encountered a terrifying monster in this place. It was huge, and my sisters lured it away in order to save me. I stayed here and didn't dare to go out, waiting for them to come back, but they never came back." "Huge monster?" Riaz couldn't help but frown, asking subconsciously, "How big was it?" "Very big, very big." Helen released her hands from Riaz's neck and gestured. As she gestured, her chest bumped against Riaz's back from time to time, making Riaz's mouth dry. He swallowed subconsciously and said in his mind, "It is indeed very big, very big." Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. Next update will be later, around 3 p.m. Chapter 1703. Along the way, they did not talk much. After Helen, the little siren, briefly explained her origin, Riaz found that there was nothing more to talk about. Helen came from the sea, a place close to the human world. The three sisters were captured by the nearby Siren clan when they fled. Through the Siren clan, they learned some common language of the Siren clan and Heidi City. In fact, the Siren clan and Heidi City did use the same language because the ancestors of the two clans originated from Lemuria. As for the huge monster, according to Helen's description, it seemed to be a super large squid. Then there was no more then. "Riaz, what's wrong with you? Are you hot?" Krypton Dorkin walked up and handed him a handkerchief, a personal one. I'm not hot." Riaz squeezed out a voice. Krypton Dorkin looked at him in confusion and then asked, "Are you too tired? Let me take over from you. You've been carrying a siren all the way. It's too exhausting." "No need." Riaz shook his head. "Besides, she's not from the Siren clan." Riaz walked away quickly. but he felt that his pace was faster and his pants were tighter. He didn't know why, but he felt like he was congested. But such a thing had never happened before. He only felt as if he was always thinking about Helen, who was clinging to him on his back. Duogene had no choice but to use the illumination device to explore the scene around the cave. The light was a huge circle, and at this time it swept through the complicated stone pillars, stalagmites, and rock passages. Suddenly, the bright circle came to a place and stopped. Krypton Dorkin seemed to have found something. Riaz. I think I found a person. Krypton Dorkin suddenly whispered. Riaz was shocked and looked over. There was indeed a person. They saw a person wearing a white robe with a long white cloth covering his face. At the same time, he wore a grayish-white hat, revealing only his eyes. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. What made Riaz and the others feel even more strange was that there was a large white cloth spread out on the ground where this mysterious masked person in white robe was sitting. There were many things placed on the white cloth. This made Riaz think of the flea market in Underwater City, the appearance of those people selling old goods. Riaz and Krypton Duogene looked at each other and quickly understood each other's meaning. Krypton Gold, this is too weird. It might be dangerous. Don't go near it. Riaz, let's go and take a look. Maybe we can find out something. Rich Guy, don't go. Riaz, are you going or not? Rich Guy, all right, Shao, be careful. Helen, who was behind him, suddenly hugged Riaz a little tighter and whispered something into his ears. A ticklish feeling filled his ears, all the way to his heart. He suddenly felt that Helen's voice was even better than when she sang. The young men and young women quickly arrived in front of the strangely dressed person. Who are you? Why are you here? Krypton Duogene had already picked up a suitable spindle-shaped stone. He raised it and stared at the person. The man in the white cloth raised his head slightly at this time. His voice seemed to have a trace of a smile, which made people feel very comfortable. I'm a traveling merchant who walks on the seabed. I'm committed to providing help to people who are in trouble. Traveling merchant? Riaz and the others were stunned. Krypton Duogene quickly reacted and returned to Riaz's side. He whispered, "This guy speaks the Underwater City language without an accent. Could he be one of those scavengers who sneak out of the city from time to time?" Riaz shook his head in confusion, indicating that he couldn't be sure. He even looked at this guy who claimed to be a traveling merchant with even more confusion. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before. For this reason, Riaz even activated his special ability to smell, but he couldn't detect anything from the other party's smell. Take a look at my goods. Maybe you'll like them. The masked traveling merchant slightly opened his hands at this time with a passionate look. You're the first batch of customers today. You can get a 20% discount. Oh, a 20% discount? Krypton Duogene frowned. As the son of a rich merchant in the Underwater City, he always bought the best and most expensive things. A 20% discount was equivalent to looking down on his identity. Krypton Duogene glanced at Riaz, thinking that it was time to let Riaz feel the power of wealth. It was time to wake Riaz up from the beauty. He squatted in front of the masked traveling merchant, grabbed a small item from the ground, and said with a chuckle, "Let alone a 20% discount. If this thing is really useful to us now, it's not a problem to give you double the price. I, Krypton Duogene, have plenty of contribution points. You can't use contribution points to trade here," the masked traveling merchant said casually. "In my place, it's the barter rule. You can only use your things to trade for my things. You don't want contribution points." Krypton Duogene looked at the other party in disbelief, feeling that he had encountered a prehistoric creature. "Contribution points are useless to me." The masked traveling merchant smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if you don't have contribution points. You have things on you that you can trade." Krypton Duogene was stunned and subconsciously looked at himself. He suddenly put down the item in his hand, stepped back, and grabbed his collar. I don't want it like this. The masked traveling merchant was silent for a moment before he turned to look at Riaz. As if he thought that the Krypton did not exist anymore, he smiled and said, "Young sir, do you have anything you like?" Riaz thought for a moment, then picked up a small crystal. "What is this?" The merchant said calmly, "This is a listening stone. As long as you hold it, you can hear the voices of most creatures in the deep sea." Really? Riaz was stunned. He felt a cooling sensation when he held the tiny crystal in his hand, and he subconsciously said, "I remember that Astral, one developed the brainwave communicator a while back, but I wouldn't dare to describe it as most of them. Is your listening stone better than Astral One's research?" "You can give it a try," the merchant said generously. Riaz held the listening stone doubtfully, then began to communicate with Helen. However, this time, he let Helen speak in her original language. A miraculous scene occurred. He actually used the listening stone to communicate with Helen without any hindrance. He could understand the meaning of every sentence that Helen spoke in another language. Even Helen could understand his own meaning very well. It was not as simple as just listening. It could even provide feedback. Riaz couldn't help but like this listening stone from the bottom of his heart. He hesitated for a moment, then asked the stall owner in the deep sea, "I like this listening stone very much. It's just that I don't have many things on me, so I don't think there's anything that can compare to it. Don't you want to look at other things?" The masked traveling merchant suddenly asked, "Perhaps there's something better. For example, something that can help you get out of this place." Riaz's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed a little tempted, but he quickly shook his head. Getting out of this place was indeed what they needed right now, but in fact it was not an urgent need. When they were in trouble, Riaz had already sent out a signal, so he believed that someone would come to their rescue soon. It was only a matter of time before they escaped. However, he had never heard of this magical stone before. If he missed this chance, he didn't know if there would be another one. It can listen to the voice of all things. I wonder if it can also listen to Asla's voice? Riaz couldn't help but have a sudden idea. "If you don't have enough on you, I'll get some for you too." Krypton Gold walked over and unzipped the stone. Don't get me wrong, he was not taking off his clothes, he was just taking out the necklace on his neck. "This is..." Riaz opened his mouth in surprise. "This is your 10th birthday gift from your mother. It's okay." Krypton Gold said indifferently, "It's not that precious. If this stone is really that magical, then it's worth it. But I have to say this, Riaz, you have to lend me this stone to play with in the future." Riaz opened his mouth. "This time I'll accept it." He thought so in his heart. "Oh, this necklace is indeed a good thing." The masked traveling merchant smiled, but then shook his head and said, "However, it's still not enough to exchange for this listening stone. It's far from enough." Riaz thought so too, so he thought for a while and said, "Sir, the listening stone is magical. It must be an incredible treasure. However, apart from this necklace, we really can't take out anything else. Here are some first aid medicines and..." He thought for a while and then released Fire Kirin. But the traveling merchant shook his head and said bluntly, "I'm sorry, these things are not valuable to me. Use this." At this time, Helen timidly spat out a small pearl from her mouth. "Can I add this? The siren's tear is also valuable." The traveling merchant shook his head again. "I'm sorry, it's still not enough." Krypton Gold suddenly said, "What's the point of selling things here? After we return to the underwater city, I can buy you whatever you want. Do you know the Krypton Gold Chamber of Commerce? It's mine. Actually, it's more interesting to sell things here." The traveling merchant smiled and said, "If it's something easily obtainable, it won't be so precious. Since you can't take out anything of equal value, I have no choice but to take back this listening stone. Perhaps you can look at other things." Riaz clenched his teeth and said, "Can we put it on credit first? You see, We're trapped here and can't find anything. But don't worry, after we return to the underwater city, I'll find a way to gather everything. I'll find some truly valuable things for you. There should be a lot of treasures in the palace, the traveling merchant said. The price now may not be high, but if you buy it later, the price may be very high. Once you make a promise, you have to keep it. You have to be responsible for your words. Customer, have you thought it through? This made Riaz instantly recall his big brother's words. He couldn't help but open his mouth. But looking at the listening stone in his hand, he subconsciously looked at Helen's eyes. He saw that after Helen spat out that pearl, her face seemed to have paled a lot. Riaz gritted his teeth and put down the listening stone in his hand. He let out a long sigh, as if he had put down a heavy burden. This listening stone, I don't want it any more. Sorry, I can't ask Krypton Gold to hand over his necklace just because I want it. This is a birthday gift from his mother, and it's also a legacy. Although his family has a lot of wealth, this kind of thing can't be recovered if it's lost. I can't give Helen's pearl either. This thing may be very important to her. Don't you think it's a pity? The merchant said indifferently. It's quite a pity. Riaz nodded. If you miss it, you may never see it again. Listening to the voice of all things is indeed a very powerful ability. But I believe that Astral, one in Underwater City, will be able to research the same principle in the future. I can also teach Helen the language of Underwater City. After a long time, she will slowly learn it. More importantly, I won't regret my current willfulness in the future. It seems that my business today is not good. The merchant said with a slight trace of regret. This place doesn't seem to be a good place to do business. Maybe I should move. The merchant took back the listening stone and then began to slowly wrap up the things on the ground. Krypton Gold looked at it with pity for a while. A stone that he casually picked up has the ability to listen to all things. Then what about the other things in the bag? So angry. There are actually people who don't like contribution points. How can there be people who don't like contribution points? Wait a minute. Do you know how to leave this place? Riaz quickly asked. Are you familiar with this place? Can you take us out of here? Krypton Gold will repay you after we return. His family is really rich. Hearing this, Krypton Gold almost jumped up and beat this guy up. But the masked merchant didn't seem to hear this question. After packing up the bag, he took out something. It seems that there isn't much business today. Recently, I seem to be buying things that are losing money. You don't want this, right? Then the merchant casually threw the thing in his hand on the ground. Wait, mister? Riaz tried to persuade him to stay, but the merchant had already walked away. Step by step, he seemed to be walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was already far away and then disappeared from sight. Krypton Gold picked up the thing on the ground. It was actually the text description of Underwater City. What is this? Magical bean. Eating one can maintain one's physical strength for 3 days? TSK, this broken thing can fill the stomach? Krypton Gold didn't believe it. He grabbed a handful and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the little Helen when Riaz wasn't paying attention. In an instant, Helen's body swelled. It was so swollen that it was uncomfortable. Krypton Gold. Along the way, the teenagers seemed to be carefree. The merchant slowly lifted the white cloth on his face and said with a smile, I don't want to regret my willfulness now. I've grown up. At this time, in the dim cave, footsteps slowly came. The merchant turned around, and the figure gradually became clear in front of his eyes. The merchant smiled and stepped forward to greet. Mr. Luaccio, so you are also here. Yes, I don't know what happened, but I walked and I came to this place. Boss Luo, too, smiled slightly at this time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Your Majesty. We are really fated to meet. The white-robed merchant, Louis XXXIX, smiled slightly at this time. There's a good scenic spot nearby. Do you want to see it? In Underwater City, you probably can't see such scenery. Then, please lead the way, Your Majesty. Boss Luo too said expectantly. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 3980 seconds. Chapter 1704. Louis XXXIX began to take off his white robe and the hat on his head. The emperor did not write anything about it, and Luaccio did not ask. It was as if both sides were well aware of it, but they did not point it out tacitly. It was just that the journey was quiet, and there was always a need to find something to talk about. It was not lonely between people. This was the deep sea, an underwater world far beyond human imagination. Sunlight could not reach here, so darkness thrived and loneliness spread. Mr. Luo, do you know why the underwater city and the Siren tribe split? His Majesty suddenly turned around and asked. Luaccio said casually, "It is said that the ancestors of the Siren tribe and the ancestors of the underwater city had differences of opinion. In order to obtain the power to live freely in the deep sea, the ancestors of the Siren tribe fell and became monsters. You heard this from Kim Kailuan, right?" His Majesty smiled. Boss Luo said, "I saw it in a book, and there are also explanations on some other popular science channels. That is what the underwater city allows the people to see," His Majesty said indifferently. His Majesty said indifferently, including Kim Kailuan. In fact, his research results were not bad, but he was wrong from the beginning. Luaccio smiled and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to tell me the truth?" "Remember the relief painting on the wall that you saw in the library last time?" His Majesty said suddenly. Luaccio nodded. "It seems to be a war," Louis XXXIX said. "In fact, most of the history that Kim Kailuan researched is consistent. In the Lemurian era, because of the wrong direction of magic energy evolution, there was a devastating disaster. At that time, the Lemurians had no choice but to launch the sinking plan. But in fact, the sinking plan was not limited to the underwater city." Boss Luo listened with great interest. He liked the feeling of the truth of history being revealed bit by bit. "We built a total of 10 underwater cities," Louis XXXIX said slowly. Louis XXXIX slowly said, "The 10 underwater cities accommodated all the survivors of the catastrophe. And these 10 underwater cities were under the leadership of the last 2 princes of the Lemurian era. You know the 2 statues at the entrance of the underwater city, right? They are the last 2 princes. Not bad." Louis XXXIX nodded. "This is not recorded in any documents. Only we, their descendants, know about this. In fact, apart from us, no one would have thought that the ancestors of the underwater city and the sea demon tribe were actually 2 brothers. After all, their appearances are too different." Boss Luo shook his head. "That was the difference between a human and a beast. My ancestor, Louis I, and the ancestor of the Siren tribe, Cassidy, were the last surviving princes of the Lemuria Empire. They had been working hard to restore the former civilization." Louis XXX's voice gradually lowered. There was indeed a disagreement between them, but it was not over whether to live in the deep sea or return to the land. Instead, it was over their attitude towards a certain power. "On the relief sculpture in the library, is it the thing that you are fighting against? Why don't you guess what this is?" His Majesty revealed a crafty look at this time. "What kind of power is it that caused the 2 princes to have different opinions and even accumulated so many generations of hatred? It seems to be related to the black ball in the competition field that day." Boss Luo too smiled and said, "After all, there is a similar black ball on the relief sculpture. It's not hard to make the connection. We call it the eye of the ocean abyss. It can devour all the negative emotions of creatures and use them as food to strengthen itself. It can't be destroyed by any means that we know of." Louis XXXIX said, self-deprecatingly, "In fact, the Lemuria civilization that claimed to have reached the end of civilization actually didn't know anything. In the former world, there was still something unknown to the Lemuria civilization, and it was hidden in the deep sea. Is the underwater city the party that compromised with this power?" Luacho thought for a while and said, Louis XXXX said, "Do you find it strange that the prosperous and peaceful underwater city was the party that compromised? Instead, the cruel and violent sea demon tribe was the party that resisted." Boss Luo didn't comment. His Majesty the Emperor sighed and said, "The eye of the ocean abyss is the food of that thing. Every once in a while, the underwater city needs to provide enough eye of the ocean abyss to survive under its control. You said that you can use 20 black balls to exchange for new technology. Unfortunately, each eye of the ocean abyss needs a lot of wars and many flying demon contests to condense. It's just barely enough. 20, I really can't do anything." Luacho didn't say anything. This price was set by the altar. Since it was set by the altar, it meant that Louis XXXIX must have enough things on him at that time, and it was something that he could give. "Your Majesty, my conditions are still the same." Luacho shook his head. "However, this time, I'm afraid you can only remove one of these conditions." "I know." His Majesty the Emperor waved his hand and said, "I just want to find someone to talk to. The people of the underwater city can't. Riaz can, but not now. You are different. You don't belong to the underwater city. You have nothing to do with us. It doesn't matter even if you know. Most importantly, I don't think you are the kind of person who likes to spread other people's secrets." Since the underwater city chose to compromise and the siren race chose to resist, Boss Luo asked curiously, according to your fear of it, why didn't it wipe out the siren race? The disaster caused by one time could indeed harvest a lot of eye of the ocean abyss. The 9 underwater cities were destroyed and disappeared because of this. But later, it found that the last underwater city was all the food it had. It began to think, and then it had the idea of captivity. However, one underwater city alone is not enough to feed. His Majesty the Emperor said expressionlessly, as I said, eye of the ocean abyss is something that swallows all the negative emotions to grow. How can negative emotions be easy to come by? War. It is feeding the underwater city. A hint of self-deprecation flashed in Louis Xx's eyes. And I am feeding the siren race. Activities like the flying demon competition cannot be held too many times. Otherwise, the state of the people in the underwater city will be difficult to control. But the siren race is different. Their reproductive ability is very strong, and their population is far more than the underwater city. It can be said that they are inexhaustible. A batch was killed this year, and another batch will soon be added next year. There will be an endless stream. Boss Luo said, but the underwater city I see is based on magic energy technology. I don't see any shadow of other external forces. You said, it is feeding the underwater city? At this time, Louis XXXIX suddenly stood still and then slowly turned around. At this time, the emperor who appeared in front of Luacho was not the handsome appearance that the people of the underwater city knew. He was unusually ugly, and his face was constantly distorted and then combined into a new appearance, like some kind of insect. I have already said that the direction of Kim Kailuan's research was wrong from the beginning. Do you understand now? Luacho opened his mouth and then realized, so you are the fallen siren. The emperor did not seem to like his original appearance. He only maintained that ugly appearance for a moment and then returned to his original appearance. Actually, this is what the Lemurians look like. His Majesty said with a bitter smile, or, after the Lemurians' bodies were integrated with magic energy, they mutated. This evolution gave us a stronger ability to use magic energy, but at the same time it turned us into monsters and deprived us of the ability to survive under the sun. The other ancestor of Underwater City, Cassidy, believed that this was a punishment for the Lemurians. We should remember our mistakes and not succumb to rule for the sake of restoring our false past. Even if we were to be imprisoned in the deep sea in our ugly forms, we should not lose our dignity as Lemurians. Every one of us has the curse of it. Once we leave it as control, the ugliness and mutation will appear again. Of course, if too much anger, cruelty, and other negative emotions accumulate, it will easily expose our true colors. So, instead of saying that the FIDE competition is held to collect the eye of the sea abyss, it is more like a regular cleanup of the negative emotions on the people of the underwater city to prevent their true colors from being exposed. Luocho thought and said, "How long do you think this kind of thing can last?" "At least until now, there are not many changes," His Majesty said calmly. "The underwater city can continue like this." "If that is the case, why do you want to get the technology of the giant civilization?" "I am the last generation." His Majesty looked at Luocho and said softly, "When it comes to me, I can't find a qualified successor. By the way, do you know what kind of identity I have in front of it?" Boss Luo shook his head. A slave who is a shepherd," His Majesty said faintly. His Majesty said faintly, "I think the compromise made by my ancestor was wrong. The idea of another ancestor, Cassidy, is correct." Luocho thought for a while and said, "You want to fight against it, but at the same time, you are afraid of failure. You hope that Riaz will replace you after you fail and continue to be this shepherd's slave. You will issue the final challenge to it as the Siren clan. I will die in this deep sea." His Majesty pointed the area in front and said in a low voice, "Just like this land of death." This was a magical lake in the deep sea, a lake formed due to the difference in salinity. This salty lake in the depths of the seabed had a visible dividing line, just like the difference in density caused by the difference in temperature. A large number of creatures gathered on this dividing line. Most of them were shellfish, densely and neatly arranged. At the edge of the dividing line, there were more corpses of deep-sea creatures. They did not rot, and the high salinity maintained their former appearance. This was the most spectacular museum at the bottom of the deep sea. "Why did you bring me here?" Louis XXXIX smiled and said, "First, because I think this place is really beautiful. Lakes in the deep sea are not common. Second, I always feel that this place is quiet enough. Death is just in front of me within reach. There are not many wonders at the bottom of the sea, and this is one. It would be a pity to miss it." While the Emperor was talking, a deep-sea conger eel suddenly dived into the salty lake to look for food, but it soon swam out. After diving and floating a few times, the conger eel was already poisoned. It needed to get rid of this salty lake to have a chance to survive. So, its body began to struggle in the salty lake and seawater. It bent, rolled, sank, and tried its best to float up. After a few times, the conger eel finally succeeded in escaping from this salty lake. "Good luck." His Majesty showed a trace of a smile. Behind this smile, there were countless corpses of deep-sea creatures floating to the edge of the lake that would not rot. The last reason is... His Majesty looked at Luocho again and said calmly, "It is under this lake." "Have you made your decision?" "Actually, there is nothing to decide about." His Majesty smiled casually. "Since I was born, this has been my mission. I just don't understand why, compared to the White Tower, compared to the eye of the sea abyss, compared to the holy armor, the last condition seems so insignificant." Boss Luo did not say anything. At this moment, he was using the identity of the store manager, so his communication with the customer could only stop here. In fact, he had already exceeded the limit by a lot. If it were the previous owner, he would not have come here. "Actually, Your Majesty, have you ever thought that maybe you can get more from me? For example, the power to fight or even destroy it?" His Majesty listened quietly and then asked softly, "Is a whole underwater city enough?" Luocho shook his head. His Majesty seemed to have expected this. He smiled. "Then why should I think about this?" "I understand." The lake in the deep sea suddenly dimmed, but soon there was a cluster of faint light. It was the light of the contract. In the extremely complicated cave of the mine, the Siren tribe on Prince Bashaw's side and the envoys from the underwater city on Madame Kaya's side were hiding behind two huge and slanted pillars. They had already seen the terrifying beast's appearance. It could spit out terrifying acid, had tentacles with infinite strength, and had a huge exposed eye. It also had a mouth part that could easily crush anything. This is probably the biggest squid I've ever seen in my life. Professor Kim Kailuan, who was hiding on the side, shook his head and said, "I don't want to eat squid anymore." Madam Kai did not say anything. The soldiers of the underwater city did not say anything either. However, they clearly agreed with the professor's words. At this moment, the Siren tribe prince, who was hiding on the other side, suddenly said loudly, "Everyone from the underwater city, I heard that your third army is outside. As the Siren tribe prince, I formally request for the political protection of the underwater city." Professor Kim Kailuan was stunned when he heard this. It was not because of the prince's loud shout, nor was it because of his cowardice. And it was only because, how could the term political asylum be used in such a way? Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be later, around 3 o'clock. Chapter 1705. The magic energy gun's firepower was now madly sweeping across the body of the giant squid monster. However, the powerful weapon that could break through the giant shark sirens could only slightly burn the surface of the squid monster's body when it hit the body of the giant squid monster. However, the squid monster's skin was so thick that it was despairing. When the squid monster waved its tentacles, a warrior from the underwater city was directly sucked into its mouth. Afterwards, he was pulverized by the mouth that was like a grinder. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. "We can't hold on any longer. Madam Kaya, leave quickly. We'll cover you." Who knew what these people were trying to defend? The bloody battle made Professor Kim Kailuan's expression change slightly. Madam Kaya reacted very quickly. She called out, "Sea monsters, if you want to live, don't just watch from the sidelines. Unless you're confident that you can escape from this monster once we're all dead." Prince Bacha hid behind a giant shark sea demon and turned a deaf ear to it. He even let the nightmare sea demon protect him from both inside and outside. Then he slowly moved to the side. Even Professor Kim Kailuan, who was in a delicate position, couldn't help but be amazed by Lu Zhou's cowardice. Madame Kaya could not help but feel slightly angry, but she suppressed it. She asked quickly, "How far are we from the exploration ship?" "It's not far. It's right up ahead." A warrior turned around, "But we need to use firepower to stop this monster, or we won't be able to outrun it. Please make a decision, quickly, Madame Kaya. Abandoning my companions on the battlefield will be a disgrace to me for the rest of my life." Madame Kaya sucked in a deep breath and actually snatched the weapon from the warrior's hand. "I'll draw this monster away. You board the ship, quickly. This is an order." "Madam," the warriors cried out at the same time. However, Madame Kaya was already wielding 2 guns now. She kicked off the ground and leapt out. She shot the squid monster in the eye and immediately drew its fury. Professor Kim Kailuan's heart sank when he saw this. He was afraid that Kaya had already been brainwashed by the royal government to such an extent. "Professor, come with us." At this moment, 2 warriors, one on the left and one on the right, lifted the professor up with grief and indignation. However, just as they were about to flee, they saw Prince Bacha of the Siren clan rushing back under the protection of a group of sirens. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this group of shameless sea demons have found their conscience? "Run! There's another one." It was Prince Bacha's scream. "You again! You fiend! How many monsters do you want to provoke before you're satisfied?" The leader of the soldiers cursed at the Siren Prince. "You single-celled beast! Why didn't your father smear you in the toilet?" "Because it doesn't have the habit of messing around in the toilet." Ba Sha replied seriously and said indignantly, "Do you think I'm willing to stay in the sea monster tribe? Isn't it better to live in the underwater city?" Now was not the time to quarrel. The leader of the soldiers quickly suppressed his anger and looked over. Sure enough, he saw that behind the unreliable Siren Prince, There was indeed another kind of squid monster chasing after him. Could it be that they had fallen into the giant monster's lair? What were the people of the Third Army doing? Did they already clear the nearby sea? On the other side, when Madame Kaya found out that there was a second squid monster, she could not help but feel anxious. With her current situation, she could not lure two monsters away at the same time. Everyone, listen up. Madame Kaya gritted her teeth and gave another order. Even if there's only one left, bring this back and give it to His Majesty. As she spoke, Madame Kaya threw the metal box that Prince Basha handed over to the leader of the soldiers. Then, she charged towards the squid monster again. On the other side, Prince Basha gave another order at the same time. Remember, you can lose Longang, you can lose your lives, but even if there's only one left, you have to send me out. I don't want to die here. As a result, the soldiers of the underwater city were furious. The siren soldiers were tired, and the two squid monsters were eyeing them covetously. Everyone was in danger. Is there really no way to escape? Professor Kim Kailuan frowned as he searched for a way out. He constantly gripped his walking stick in his hand, looking rather hesitant. However, the current situation was chaotic. Perhaps this was the best chance to rescue Longang. The kingdom's government probably already had all his information, but they had just let him do as he pleased. Professor Kim Kailuan understood how to deal with this. Rather than exposing his identity and forcing him to hide in the shadows, it was better to pretend that he did not know. Letting him jump around in the public, I would allow him to better grasp the situation. Professor Kim Kailuan became more and more fearful of His Majesty's methods. If he could safely return to the underwater city, who knew what kind of methods Louis XXXIX would use? Perhaps he would be brainwashed like Madame Kaya and become a puppet of the kingdom's government? Madame Kaya! At this moment, a cry interrupted Professor Kim Kailuan's train of thought. He subconsciously looked over, only to see that Madame Kaya had been wrapped up by one of the squid monster's tentacles. Madame Kaya was struggling with all her might. However, the strength of the squid monster's tentacles was terrifying. They instantly crushed the light armor on Madame Kaya's body. Just as Madame Kaya was about to die in the squid monster's mouth, a beam of light suddenly appeared. A purple-shelled serpent flew through the air, crashing into the tentacle that was wrapped around Madame Kaya. After that, a petite figure suddenly jumped out of the purple-shelled flying tumbler. At the same time, she pulled out a 1-meter-long lightsaber from the armrest of the flying tumbler. She did a backflip, spun, and slashed with 2 lightsabers in one go. The squid monster's tentacles were instantly cut off. Madame Kaya, who was wrapped up, broke free at the same time and fell to the ground. At the same time, the petite figure landed beside Madame Kaya. You are Madame Lyoga? Madame Kaya quickly got up, surprised and delighted. Aren't you accompanying His Majesty? Why are you here? I was worried that things might not go smoothly here, so I took some time to come here, Lyoga said indifferently. I never thought it would really be you, but it's not too late. Have you obtained the item? Madame Kaya nodded. You can go. I'll deal with this, Lyoga said quickly. Remember, you must deliver the item to Louis, no matter the cost, Lyoga said quickly. Madame Kaya sucked in a deep breath and directly saluted. She did not even look back as she charged into the formation of the soldiers of the underwater city. She took the box from the leader of the soldiers and held it firmly in her hand. Let's go. Madame Kaya ordered and quickly took a detour. When Prince Bacha saw this, he hurriedly ordered a group of sea demons to protect him. He shamelessly stuck close to Madame Kaya again. If it were not for the fact that His Majesty needed to send Longang to the royal court of the sea demons so that he could carry out his plan of extermination, the people of the underwater city would have been tempted to kill the prince right there and then. I owe you a favor, Prince Bacha quickly said. Next time, if you plan on exchanging prisoners of war, I'll definitely interfere and make the royal court suffer. Don't thank me. After all, we're very fertile here. The green algae will grow back very quickly after we cut them off. Damn, I heard you're a prince. I'm hoping you can successfully become the ruler of the royal court. A soldier could not help but mock him. Prince Bacha shook his head. I want that too, but unfortunately I can't defeat those before me. However, my territory completely belongs to me. Are you interested in taking me in? I have a lot of sea demons in my territory, and they can work as coolies. Just give them enough to eat, and I can accept their wages as long as you pay me half. Oh, right. I also want an identity as a resident of Underwater City and a villa. I'm bringing my entire family to support the enemy. You can't mistreat me and dispel my enthusiasm. A ray of light pierced through the sea demon's guards and directly hit the sea demon prince's feet. It was Madame Kaya's cold shot. Prince Bacha immediately covered his mouth and hid behind the giant shark sea demon. He did not even intend to poke his head out. Perhaps it was because this prince's actions were too strange. The giant shark sea demon, who was loyal to the royal family, took a few steps back and exposed Prince Bacha to Madame Kaya's muzzle. Don't waste your breath on these guys. Lady Lyoga has bought time for us. We can't waste it here. Madame Kaya snorted coldly, and then took the lead and rushed to the front. However, at this moment, the second giant squid monster was chasing after them. However, before the second giant squid monster could take more than a few steps, the young girl, Lu Go, directly threw out a light sword in her hand and pierced into the body of the second giant squid monster. The light sword did not leave her hand completely. It was actually connected to a thin cable. At this moment, a strange light flashed through Lyoga's eyes, and a bolt of electricity was directly released through the cable. Lightning and fire immediately appeared on the second squid monster. The intense pain caused the squid monster to cry out crazily. Madame Kaya and Prince Bacha used this opportunity to successfully escape from the region. However, the young lady clearly had to endure the fury of two monsters at the same time. How can there be such things like you here? The young girl, Crystal Song, was coldly sizing up the two giant monsters in front of her that were more than 100 times her size. Why didn't the third army discover such a powerful living reaction? However, the squid monsters clearly did not give the young lady any time to think. They both swelled their mouths at the same time, and two streams of acid shot out at the same time. The acid that could instantly corrode a hole in the rock fell down, like a rainstorm. The young girl, Lu Go, snorted coldly, and a small mark suddenly appeared on her forehead. Then she jumped up. She pulled back the sword of light she had stabbed into the second squid monster and wielded both swords again, swinging towards the first squid monster. Sounds of collisions and miserable cries constantly rang out from behind. They could imagine the accumulation of battle behind them, but they had no idea how Madame Lyoga was right now. The exploration ship could already be seen, and the soldiers of the underwater city could not help but perk up. However, Madame Kaya suddenly waved her hand at this moment. The soldiers all understood and raised their weapons, stopping Prince Bacha and the other sea demon soldiers. The prince could not help but ask in surprise, "We just went through a life and death situation. What are you doing?" "Don't worry, we won't kill you," Madame Kaya said indifferently, "but from here on out, you can flee on your own. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. The handover this time is over. There is no connection between us anymore." "That's wrong," the prince said miserably. "I know that the underwater city and the sea demon race have accumulated endless hatred, but can hatred solve the problem? The sea demon race was once a member of the underwater city. The mistakes made by our ancestors have been washed away by the blood and souls of countless fallen soldiers. Why don't we let go of our prejudices and work hard for the great peace and coexistence? I know this is difficult, but everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as we are willing to take the first step, hope is right in front of us. Come, let us let go of our hatred." Bang! Madame Kaya still fired a shot, and Prince Bacha immediately jumped and dodged. Madame Kaya said coldly, I don't know if you're really a good-for-nothing, or if you're just a simpleton, but I believe that the royal court will not really send a good-for-nothing to carry out this transaction. I said that from here on out, there is no relationship between you and me. You can choose not to leave, but we will not stand by and watch. Don't blame the gun and bullets in my hand." However, at this moment, a blue light suddenly shot out from Madame Kaya's side and hit the chest of a sea demon soldier. It pierced through. Madame Kaya suddenly turned around. She saw that Professor Kinkelin had raised his walking stick before she knew it. Professor Kinkelin said loudly, "Kill all these lowly sea demons and avenge the innocent people and brave warriors of the underwater city who died at their hands." With that, Professor Kinkelin swung his walking stick again before Madame Kaya could react. Another beam of blue light shot out, but this time the sea demons were prepared. It only managed to injure the arm of a sea demon soldier. "Kinkelin, you!" Madame Kaya glared at him. Professor Kinkelin acted like he did not hear her and swung his walking stick again. "Roar! I already said that these hypocritical people of the underwater city are no good. Kill them all." Madame Kaya no longer cared about ordering Professor Kinkelin to be subdued when she saw how the furious sea demons and nightmares were about to swarm over. She fought them head-on. The two sides immediately became entangled in a brawl. In the battle, Professor Kinkelin moved around with great agility. Very soon, he arrived beside Madame Kaya without anyone noticing. Madame Kaya was shocked. "Have you forgotten? I was your teacher for an entire year. Wasn't I the one who taught you how to fight?" Professor Kim Kailuin chuckled softly as he slapped Madame Kaya's neck. Madame Kaya dodged in shock, but her hand was suddenly empty. The box that was supposed to be sent back to the Emperor had been snatched away by Professor Kinkelin. After that, the professor sped up again. He sneaked into the sea demon army amidst the chaos and picked up Longang, who had been thrown on the ground. Then his walking stick shot out a grappling hook and grabbed onto a rock on the high ground in front of him. He pulled the professor and Longang over. "Go back and tell your emperor." Professor Kinkelin said loudly, "Don't think that you can control everyone. Destiny is still waiting for you. We'll make a comeback. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you for your 50,000 coins tip, Unmatched Shang. Here's a cup of tea for the capitalist boss. PS2, 40-80 seconds plus 1 is equal to 83. Chapter 1706. The soldiers of the underwater city fell one by one. At the same time, the siren soldiers fell as well. Madame Kaya panted heavily. In the end, she pulled out a military bayonet from the chest of a nightmare siren. The battle had come to an end now. Madame Kaya looked around. Although all the siren soldiers had been wiped out, there were not many soldiers left from the underwater city. Apart from her, there were only 5 injured soldiers who could barely stand. "God damn it, we've been played by that old man Kinkelin." The leader of the soldiers, who was covered in wounds, said hatefully, "Madame Kaya, what do we do now?" "Replenish our ammunition as quickly as possible. We need to find Kinkelin." Madame Kaya's eyes shone with cold light. "That's even more so for what His Majesty wants." At this moment, a soldier of the underwater city who was stabbing a military knife into the corpses of the siren soldiers suddenly called out, "Madame Kaya, there's no corpse of that royal siren here. It's gone. That cowardly coward must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Tui, I've fought for so many years, but I've never seen such a shameless siren. And a royal, too. Enough. Hunting down Kinkelin is more important. Everyone follow. We can only leave the corpses of our comrades here for now. We'll retrieve them later." With Madame Kaya's orders, the remaining people hurried off in the direction that Professor Kinkelin had fled in. Professor Kinkelin might have looked like an old man, but once he exposed his battle prowess, his movements were no different from those elite soldiers. He ran for half an hour with Longang on his back before finding a dark hole to hide in and recover his strength. Although it was risky this time, the rewards were enough to make up for the losses. His identity had been exposed long ago anyway, so there was no need for him to continue using the identity of Professor Kinkelin. He was now Master Kinkelin. What he needed to think about was how to convert the rewards of this operation into something beneficial for the organization. Without a doubt, saving Longang was the most beneficial outcome. What he needed to think about right now was how to get out of danger. As for this thing, what exactly? Master Karen looked at the metal box in his hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to what he knew, Louis Exix's main goal this time was to let Longang carry some kind of virus into the Siren Royal Court. Releasing it unconditionally would definitely make the Siren Royal Court suspicious. So the thing the Emperor wanted the Siren Royal Court to give must have some kind of importance. The key was what was Longang's status in the Siren Royal Court, and what kind of price was it worth for the Siren Royal Court to pay. It was a pity that Longang's eyes were lifeless at the moment, and it would be difficult to help him regain consciousness in a short period of time. Master Karen could not help but frown. He was afraid that the rewards of this risky venture would not be as great as he had imagined. He wanted to immediately remove the virus that was implanted in Longang's body, but he did not have the appropriate tools on hand. After some thought, Master Karen remembered Kong Hai. The Emperor might not have received the news that he had stolen the item. Of course, if he could not contact the Emperor, it was basically assumed that Kong Hai had been captured by the Emperor of Underwater City. The communicator was turned on, and Master Karen waited nervously. Soon, to Master Karen's surprise and joy, Kong Hai picked up his request and... What? You're not with the Emperor of Underwater City? Where are you now? Send me the coordinates first. I need this serpent you brought out. Listen, my identity has been completely exposed. In other words, from now on we have to flee. Master Karen said a lot, but Kong Hai simply replied, I'll wait for you. Master Karen was not angry. That was how Kong Hai was, and he rarely spoke. Master Karen himself did not know where Kong Hai came from. He had indeed picked up this mysterious youth when he went out to the deep sea. At that time, Kong Hai had forgotten his past and was taken in by him. After so many years, Kong Hai's appearance had not changed at all, which made Master Karen very surprised. He had kept Kong Hai, mostly because he wanted to unearth Kong Hai's secrets. Of course, Kong Hai would often be willing to help him, which was one of the reasons Master Karen had taken him in. With that thought in mind, Master Karen decided to leave his hiding place immediately. But soon he heard a commotion outside. As expected of Kaya, she tracked me down so quickly. Master Karen laughed bitterly. Madame Kaya was someone he had personally trained, but he did not know whether he should feel proud or helpless. A petite figure flipped in the air before landing on the ground. Crystal threw the 2 swords of light in her hands to the ground. After an intense battle, these 2 weapons were basically useless. They had been corroded by the acid of the squid monsters. Even though the weapons were useless, the 2 squid monsters had also fallen to the ground. Their eyes had been pierced, and large amounts of blood flowed out, dyeing the surroundings. The thick stench of blood was extremely nauseating. The squid monsters no longer had any signs of life. Lu Ge frowned and walked to the front of one of the squid monsters. However, right at this moment, the young girl, Lu Ge, suddenly kicked up a stone from the ground. She grabbed it with her hand and threw it out. The stone broke through the air and made a sharp sound. In the next moment, it broke a huge stone pillar in the mine. Come out. The young girl, Lu Ge, said calmly as the pillar shattered and the pieces rolled down. A figure slowly walked out from the dust. It was Prince Basha of the Sea Demon clan with his hands raised, as if he did not intend to resist. Seeing Crystal kick another stone into her hand, Prince Basha hurriedly said in fear, It's me, Basha. Don't hit the wrong person. Second Sister Huang. Who's your second Sister Huang? Crystal flicked the stone in her hand. The stone flashed across Prince Basha's face, leaving a big cut on his face. Prince Ba Shah covered the cut on his face in pain and screamed in a shrill voice. If you're not, then you're not. Why did you hit me? Prince Ba Shah said with an aggrieved face. I've never offended you before. There are so many princes and princesses in the imperial court, but I'm the most useless and fence-sitter. Seeing Crystal raise the stone again, Prince Ba Shah's face changed slightly, and he quickly shut his mouth. Crystal snorted and didn't throw the stone again. Instead, she said indifferently, Why did you come back? Aren't you here to exchange people? Prince Ba Shah didn't walk up to him and just stood there. He thought for a while and said, I was wondering how the emperor of the undersea city got in touch with the palace and made this deal. After seeing you, I suddenly understood. What do you understand? Crystal said indifferently. Prince Ba Shah narrowed his eyes. It's rumored that second sister Huang, Princess Crystal Song, led an army to attack the undersea city, but failed and was captured. For so many years, there was no news about her. Everyone guessed that Princess Crystal Song had died in the undersea city. Now it seems that this guess was wrong. A smile appeared on Crystal Song's face. Prince Ba Shah didn't come close, but she slowly walked over, and then... There's no then! Prince Ba Shah's whole body shivered, and he rushed forward. The young girl, Lu Ge, frowned, just as she was about to flick the stone with her fingers. Prince Ba Shah suddenly knelt on the ground. Furthermore, with the help of his forward momentum, he slid over. Second sister Huang, count me in. At this moment, the prince said with tears and snot, Those people call you Lord Lyoga, right? You must have a high status in the undersea city, right? Sister Huang, the sea demon imperial court isn't a place for people to stay. Those guys fight for the throne of the sea demon king every day. Look, even an insignificant person like me was caught in the whirlpool. Otherwise, why would a piece of trash like me be sent here to exchange hostages with the undersea city? You said you're a piece of trash. Why do I need you here? Crystal Song sneered. Because I'm the last conscience of the sea demon clan. Prince Ba Shah hurriedly blinked. I can please people. I'm best at flattering and being extravagant. I also have a sea demon labor force in my territory. I can also help you be a spy for the imperial court. Crystal Song sneered and said, What? Aren't you afraid that I've been hiding in the undersea city all these years just to spy on the secrets of the undersea city? I've always been loyal to the sea demon imperial court. Why hasn't the sea demon imperial court flattened the undersea city? Prince Ba Shah suddenly asked. What did you say? Crystal Song frowned. Prince Ba Shah shook his head and said, If Sister Huang has really been hiding in the undersea city all this time to spy on the secrets, why have the sea demon clan's attacks been fruitless for so many years, and even been beaten by the undersea city instead? Perhaps it's because I haven't found out the most secret of secrets of the undersea city, so I can only gain the trust of the undersea city's emperor by killing the sea demon clan. In fact, my heart has always been bleeding. Oh my God! Prince Ba Shah said sadly, Why don't you let Ba Shah share half of the pain for you? You're really a talent. Crystal Song shook her head, then waved her hand and said, I don't need your help. You don't have to hide anything about me. If you want to expose it, then expose it. If you want to publicize it, then publicize it. It doesn't matter even if you say that I've betrayed. In fact, I have. As expected of Princess Crystal Song, even though you've betrayed us, you're still so confident and handsome. How can I not follow you? Prince Ba Shah's eyes were burning at this time. I have secrets about the sea demon imperial court that I can provide to the undersea city. What secrets? Prince Ba Shah shook his head and said, I can't tell you now. I want to use it in exchange for my future life in the undersea city. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now? If Sister Huang wanted to kill me, she could have done it from the beginning. No, you need to send Long Gang back to the imperial court. Crystal Song shook her head. Then Prince Ba Shah said, The guy you're talking about was kidnapped by an old man in your team. What did you say? Crystal Song frowned. Prince Ba Sha hurriedly said, I saw it with my own eyes. Not only was Long Gang kidnapped, but the things I brought to exchange for Long Gang were also taken away by that old man. Whoosh! At this moment, the young girl, Lu Go, directly rushed out and swept past this Ba Sha prince like a gust of wind. Wait, second sister Huang, what should I say about joining your team? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Prince Ba Sha yelled at the girl's back. Do I really have to take it as a yes? Stay here and wait for me to come back. In response to Prince Ba Sha, there was only one sentence and a stone that was shot over. The stone hit Prince Ba Sha's feet and instantly cracked the ground. Prince Ba Sha was speechless. He waited for a while, but Crystal Song didn't appear again. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Prince Ba Sha sat on the ground. Meanwhile, a certain part of the 2 squid corpses suddenly bulged. Soon, the bulging sarcoma burst open. Then, 2 bloody things quickly crawled to Prince Ba Sha's side. They didn't attack. Instead, they squatted in front of Prince Ba Sha meekly. I was almost discovered. The prince shook his head at this moment. Then, with a shake of his hand, he shook out an item from his wide sleeve. It was a seamless metal box, exactly the same as the one he gave to Kaya. At this moment, Prince Ba Sha muttered, The job of the Undersea City Emperor is really hard to do. With that, Prince Ba Sha stood up with his hands on his knees and left quietly with the 2 bloody things. After Prince Ba Sha left, a figure slowly appeared in the air. Boss Luo III took out a handkerchief and covered his nose while watching Prince Ba Sha leave. Their thoughts were linked. While Prince Ba Sha was talking with the girl, Lu Go, on the other side of the lake, the Undersea City Emperor was also talking about the real secret of the Undersea City. Boss Luo III turned to look at the 2 squid corpses. He discovered something. The 2 squid corpses were the same as the corpses of the demons that he and Su Zijuan encountered at the seal overseas. At the same time, they were similar to the skeletons on the walls of the crack in front of the door that Kong Hai went to. The demons in the sea. Undersea City, Sea Demon Clan. Deep Sea Demon Clan. Boss Luo III muttered to himself, It and Cicero's door. It stopped here. Boss Luo III suddenly smiled and said softly, It seems that this will be a very fulfilling day.